Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to this council meeting on Tuesday, October 17th. And with that, I'll ask Clementine to do roll call, please.
So a portion of this city council meeting is conducted by teleconference because Councilmember Barber is in Las Vegas, Nevada, and is participating today by teleconference. In accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, her remote location has been identified in the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Barber?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Present.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Here.
And Mayor Williamson?
Thank you, Clementine. Here. I would now like to request that Councilmember Barber respond to the following questions. Councilmember Barber, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Was the agenda posted 72 hours prior to the meeting at the location where you are?
Yes.
Is your location accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate in this teleconference from your location if they wish to do so?
Yes.
Is any member of the public there with you who would like to participate in the public portion of this meeting or otherwise address any agenda item for this meeting?
No.
Can everyone clearly hear Councilmember Barber? The Brown Act requires that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call. And with that, I will pass it back to Clementine to share with you all about how you can participate in public comment.
Yeah, so everything that I'm going to read, it's also in print on this meeting's agenda at isearchmonterey.org. So if you miss something that I say, please refer to the agenda. For the safe in-person attendance of our public meetings, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. Please keep your phones and devices in the chamber muted to prevent audio interference with this meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your device or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To join by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. To comment using the Zoom app, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. And our public comment procedures are as follows. The total amount of time allocated for public comment on a particular issue and for each individual speaking is generally up to 3 minutes per speaker. For regular city council meetings such as this one, there are two 15-minute public comment periods, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. A speaker may only comment during one session. The total time allocated for public comment for items pulled from the consent agenda is 15 minutes per item. For public appearance items is 30 minutes per item. For public hearing items is 30 minutes per item. And for closed session items is 15 minutes per item. At the time an item is considered, the mayor will ask those attending in person to line up at the podium or raise their hands, and for remote participants to dial *9 on the telephone or use the raise hand function in Zoom if they wish to address the city council. The maximum amount of time for each person to speak and the total amount of time allocated for each item will be determined based on the number of people indicating an interest in speaking and the amount of business to be conducted on the agenda. In exceptional circumstances and when necessary to ensure a full opportunity for public input, the mayor may, with the council's consent, adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or the time allotted to each speaker. Remote public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. Please note that today there have been reports of issues with the AMP broadcast to Comcast and AMP's website today due to fiber optic connection issues. So if you run into any broadcast issues, please tune in via Zoom or YouTube. And the city has also sent out an email blast about this Comcast issue. Thank you for participating in your city government.
All right. Thank you, Clementine. It's a little bit of a marathon of introductions, but those are our new policies for us to be able to continue providing opportunities for the public to engage in public comment via Zoom. So appreciate everybody's patience through that. And up first, we have presentations. We're going to present a proclamation to receive presentation from Western Flyer Foundation. And I'm really looking forward to this discussion. So I'm going to first pass it to Hans for staff introduction, and then
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After a glorious event on Saturday, I think we have some members of the Western Flyer Foundation here, and Sherry Flammerfeld, the executive director of the Western Flyer Foundation, will say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Williamson, council members and staff. My name is Sherry Flammerfeld. I've met some of you, but not all of you. I used to present here when I was with the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, but I'm now the executive director of the Western Flyer Foundation. And I'm here to talk to you about this incredibly exciting weekend that we just had and what's in store for the future with the Western Flyer, and also just to update some of you who might not know the full story. You may have heard about the Western Flyer. There's been a little bit of buzz going around in the paper. But for those of you who aren't familiar, the Western Flyer is a fishing vessel that was built. Let's see if this is working. Next slide, please. It's a fishing vessel that was built in 1937 specifically for Monterey's sardine fishery. And in 1940, local legends author John Steinbeck and marine biologist Ed Ricketts chartered the Western Flyer for a 6-week expedition to the Gulf of California to collect marine specimens. And when they returned, they published the book. Next slide, please. Sea of Cortez. And 2 days later, the bombs were dropped on Pearl Harbor. So 10 years later, sadly, after Ed Ricketts had passed away, John Steinbeck alone published a portion of the book as The Log from the Sea of Cortez, which has become a classic. And the book really chronicles their 6-week expedition, tells a tale of friendship, philosophy, ecology, and adventure, and it's inspired countless young people to become marine scientists. The boat itself has become an icon of American literature. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, it worked. So after the expedition, the Western Flyer disappeared from the public eye. And so what happened to it? Well, it continued sardine fishing here in Monterey until the late 40s when the fishery collapsed. Then it continued fishing for Pacific Ocean perch up in the Pacific Northwest and West in Alaska, for salmon, for crab. It changed names and owners. It sank a few times, disappeared, was almost turned into a restaurant. And people in our community have been trying to bring it back to Monterey for decades, since the 80s. People like Bob Ania, local teacher, and Michael Hemp, an historian. But they were having challenges bringing it back. Then it sank again, this time sitting underwater for 6 months. And that's around the time when our founder enters the picture, John Gregg. He purchased the vessel. It looked pretty much like this in 2015 with the idea of restoring it and returning it to service for marine science and education, and bringing it back to Monterey, its original home port. And so for the past 8 years, we've been restoring the vessel, working with shipwrights up in Port Townsend in Washington, using sustainable wood and incorporating a hybrid diesel electric propulsion system, which combines a fuel burning engine with an electric motor and battery. And in April, we won an International Classic Boat Award for this restoration. And our big milestone has always been to return to Monterey, which we did on Saturday with a very exciting event. Hopefully some of you were there. Well, I know some of you were there. Mayor Tyler Williamson was on the boat, which traveled from Moss Landing to Monterey. I know Councilmember Smith was there and some others. It was very exciting. We had 700 people just tour the vessel alone. We had to stop at a certain point, and so we'll open it up again for tours. We had 42 boats in the boat parade carrying 200 people. And by our estimates, there were around 2,000 people who came to the event on Saturday. So thank you so much to the mayor for participating, to Brian Nelson, the harbor master, for helping out with the boat parade, to Brian Edwards, the library and museums director, who was our MC, which was wonderful, to the fire department that led the fireboat, which made it really fun and festive. I'm just going to play a brief little, let's see if this works. If you can see that, there's a nice little aerial view of just as the Western Flyer docked. You can see all the people lined up. They were on both the commercial fishing wharf and the fisherman's wharf. It was really an exciting day. So the Western Flyer has returned to Moss Landing, but our plan is we're going to be returning to Monterey within the next 6 months or so, where the boat will be parked there at California Dock at the end of Old Fisherman's Wharf. We've been very excited about returning our programs to Monterey. And just a note on our organization. Oh, wait, before I do, this picture here that I'm sharing shows you 1940, March 11th, the day the Western Flyer left for the trip to the Sea of Cortez, and then Saturday. And you can see the warehouse in the background looking pretty much the same
Amazing.
all those years later.
Don't invest them up there.
So the Western Flyer Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit. Our mission is to stir curiosity through a blend of art and science, inspired by John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts and their 1940 journey on the Western Flyer. And even though the boat just returned, we've actually been implementing land-based programs for the past few years, working with a lot of local schools and local nonprofits like the Boys and Girls Club, Girls Inc., Youth Arts Collective. We are partnering with Hopkins Marine Station, and also with the Naval Postgraduate School on developing an oceanography program on board, which is about to be implemented now that the Flyer has returned. I'm here with our founding
the boat to fully describe it, because it was just such an amazing experience to just go through the entire day of the events. But if I can reflect now on what that was like, you know, I was a little bit queasy coming off the boat, even though I don't normally get that, but the seas were not too rough, but it was a little bit part of the experience. And while I was on the boat, I really tried to think about what that experience was like for the crew that was on the Western Flyer back in 1940 while they took their 6-week adventure to the Sea of Cortez. And one of the things that I think is really important is the relationship and those bonds that are formed and created while you're going on an adventure like that. And it was a moment for me to be able to kind of just let go and not worry about the hustle and bustle of the everyday. I'm on the sea. I have no other choice but to just kind of enjoy the experience. So I really appreciated that. And speaking of relationships, I had a really good conversation with Kirk Johnson, who was one of the individuals that I had the honor of taking the trip with. And him and one of the other travelers, Ray Troll, if I'm saying his name correctly, they are a pair. So Kirk Johnson is the executive director for the National Museum of Natural History, part of the Smithsonian. The pair have written books together. They've written a book titled Cruising the Fossil Coastline, The Travels of an Artist and Scientist Along the Shores of the Prehistoric Pacific. And these two have taken the trip along basically rerouting the entire path that the Western Flyer took. So just kind of learning and hearing about their experience and seeing how of an important moment this is for people like that are just in love with all the works that Steinbeck did and the work that the crew took upon. It was just an amazing moment. And to see the amount of people from the community and visitors lining the wharf upon us coming into Monterey, the Monterey proclamation.
And it was so wonderful to see that boat. So beautiful. I just want to thank everyone. I hope the whole community supports it as much as they can.
Anybody else in the chamber? All right, we'll take it online.
Yes, I'm calling in a telephone caller. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, City Council members and Mayor Williamson. I'm absolutely delighted that this will be a research vessel instead of the purslinger that used to scrape the ocean floors and do so much damage to our fishing. So to me, that points in a good direction, and I hope it's not just teaching children about the history of fishing, but the true history of fishing, that the fishermen took too much and they still tend to take too much. And we as human beings eat too much and we don't leave enough for the sea mammals to eat and the other creatures. So we really need to improve who we are as human beings. And so thank you for making this a research vessel instead of just another purse slinger. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further Zoom comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you both again for coming, and we look forward to seeing the future of what the Western Flyer has for our community. Thank you. And with that, we will, you don't feel obligated to stay, totally go. With that, we will open it up for general public comment. And for this portion of our agenda, unless there's a desire by the council to do otherwise, we will limit this portion of the agenda for a maximum of 15 minutes. So I apologize, I didn't do this for the first item that we had. But I'll ask for folks that want to speak for general public comment to either raise your hand or stand if you're in the chamber. And if you are online, to use the raise hand function via Zoom.
Does this have to do with number 8 on the agenda?
This is general public comment. So this is for items that are not on this evening's agenda. So I see one hand here. I saw this gentleman here. 3, 4. All right, so I just saw 4 hands other than the gentleman standing at the front. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak during general public comment for items not on today's agenda? Okay, and then online, it seems like we have 2. I'll give you a countdown to raise your hand of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we'll go ahead and close the opportunity for folks to join in public comment, and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good afternoon, City Council. Steve Leipa here of LennonMurderTruth.com. You know, when Charles Manson killed the Tate family, he did so to start a race war. He thought if he did something heinous like that and blamed it on the blacks, it would start a race war. That was his desire. That's what's going on in the Middle East. Heinous acts committed, atrocities to start World War III. But what I know that the rest of you probably don't is you can't really blame the Palestinians for reacting like they did. And I suspect Israel prompted the whole thing, like Hitler did the Reichstag, like Putin bombed his own citizens and blamed it on the Chechens. Okay. Henry Kissinger came to my hometown in Santa Rosa specifically because I live there. He first came on John Lennon's murder anniversary, but I chased him away with free publicity. And he came back months later on John Lennon's birthday, as if to try to tell me, hey, Steve, I'm the guy who gave Nixon the idea to kill John Lennon. Why are you leaving me out of your expose? And if you knew what I know about the Holocaust and the effect it has had on the Jewish mind, you would understand what's going on. There is a reason why 3% of America's population runs 80% of our media, banks, National Reserve, etc. There is a conspiracy to control this country by the Jews. Yes, there is a conspiracy, folks. And they want to kick the Gazans out of Gaza because they have now found oil and natural gas reserves in the trillions of dollars they didn't know about when they gave them Gaza. To start World War III now, 2 days before John Lennon's birthday, sabotage my rally, I think, is a tell. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we're the ones that have our hands all bloody with John Lennon's murder. Only the Jews have covered it up. Ever mentioned Mark Chapman, Larry King, Barbara Walters, ABC, NBC, etc. So what we've got, folks, is Stephen King killing John Lennon. It's their idea of good politics. It's my idea of going straight to hell. And we have gone straight to hell, haven't we? Fentanyl, mass shootings, everything. Rigged elections. By the way, Trump one time took sides with the Palestinians in his first month in office. Ever since then, New York City and the Jewish media has blackballed him. Have you noticed? They're deciding who's our president, not us. And I'm not against the Jews. 90% of Jews are good people. But 10% of Jews have to be in a conspiracy.
All right,
Wake up.
that's time. Thank you. And I just ask for those that are in the audience, if you could just try to keep the comments and the hissing to yourself, so that way folks around you can also hear what the public comments are. I'd appreciate it.
My name is Chandler Rowland. I'm a Marina resident. My subject is the MST Project SURF program, whereby 2 express bus lanes will be built from the Marina Transit Station, destroying 6 miles of environmental landscape, to the Sand City Transit Station. The MST general manager indicates in a September 7, 2023 email to me that MST does not report data regarding the passenger ridership totals for the existing Route 20 express trips between these 2 transit stations. In the 2022 MST annual report, MST staff sponsored over 90 gatherings for public feedback on the SURF program. But this same MST organization is unable to survey passenger readerships between their 2 transit stations. The cost would be 0 because MST riders could possibly gather and record that information. My informal biased survey through recent passengers using the Route 20 express trips between the 2 transit stations indicates an average of 3 passengers for each 40-seat bus trip. Yet MST states they expect 880,000 riders a year will use the newly completed SURF express bus lanes. MST once again misleads and confused Monterey citizens and city council members on the questionable benefits of this possible $100 million taxpayer project. Let them know your concerns.
Bob, I think I saw your hand up too.
City Council Manager, everyone, I thank you staff for all your work. Bob Follis, resident of Monterey and also the developer of the Cannery Row Plaza project down on Cannery Row. Just want to give you an update where we stand. We did have a case management conference this morning. This is in our writ of mandate case against the Coastal Commission, where our claim is the Coastal Commission had no right and authority to pull back the attempt to issue the CDP, the Coastal Development Permit, and stated that we were not the owners. It was in appellate court, it was determined that we've been the owners since day one. With that, we feel very strong on our case. I will say that the Coastal Commission is having the state attorney talk to us a little about some negotiations, possibly in settlement, something they wouldn't do prior. So there might be some headway. And that's the main reason I address you today, is that we could really use a letter of support from the city. I know you had to put on an agenda and put a vote to that and then send that off. I also ask that any people in the community might write the Coastal Commission. I'm going to do a letter writing campaign myself, asking you all to do that. And I think with the right pressure, after 28 years, that land just being so desolate and people not being able to get to the shoreline, we need to do something with it. It really hurts revenues for the city. Historically, we have a lot of historical interest. We're looking to a lot of things. I've got 2 very strong investor groups. One of them particularly is another second destination type entertainment area that would fit well with the aquarium. So I just ask everyone for their support in this. If we don't get this done, if we should lose the Coastal Commission case, unfortunately, that property would sit like that for probably 10, 20 years. We'd never see the thing developed. And all I'm looking for is let's just get something in there that's nice looking, that prevents, right now it's preventing people, the tourists, from flowing from one end to the other. So I think it's really to great benefit. We have inclusionary housing in there, adding a total of 51 homes on there. And I just want to thank you for your time today. I'm always available for questions or input for the community to try to make it a better project for the community.
Thanks, Bob. I think I saw one other hand up in the back there.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Robert Ashmore, lifetime resident of Monterey.
You're going to take a vote later this evening on marijuana dispensaries. And think about it before you cast your vote, although your votes are all made up now. I know that.
Sir, I'm assuming your comments might be going in a different direction, but if it's on the item, I'd ask
No,
for you to
it
wait
is
for it.
not on the item.
Okay.
And I ask that you think about community. I ask that you think about community when you talk about the rental registry. There's a lot of people in the community that share the view of Councilmember Smith. And
So this is another item. So I think you're trying to get to a different point, but the reason why I asked that is if particularly for the cannabis item, if we can pause the timer. If folks are intending to participate in that part of the conversation, that's not on our agenda yet. So they're not purview to be able to hear the comments that you're making. So I just ask for you to focus on items that aren't on today's agenda so that we can allow the comments to be directed towards the items that are going to be addressed later.
I thought public comment items were items that were not on agenda.
That's correct. But both of the things that you've stated so far are items that are on this evening's agenda.
Okay. Anyway, I would just like to thank you for all having interest in the community and interest in the city. I think interest in the community is a lot more important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and we will take public comment online.
There's a little confusion.
Peter Kaiser, resident of Seaside.
Sorry, did you raise your hand
Yes,
earlier?
twice.
Okay, all right.
So I'm from a different town and we do things a little different. We start with a pledge and we start with the invocation. So with all due respect, I'd like to do part of that. So let us pray. Lord, thank you, Jesus, for your sacrifice on the cross. Thank you for dying for our sins, allowing us to choose to surrender to you and be with you in heaven forever. Give wisdom to the city council and the mayor and all those in this room on their decisions tonight to respect the Bible, its precepts, and the Constitution and property rights, and help there to be revival in this country and protect all the civilians in the Middle East, and help the Israelis and the Hamas to surrender to Jesus, and help there to be peace that passes all understanding. In Jesus' name, amen. And I do suggest, and out of respect to the founding fathers who even printed Bibles and had certain land set aside for churches, that there be an invocation by a genuine like-minded person for this city council. I am from another town and we do it regularly. And there usually it's a pastor or someone like that, or there's at least a moment of silence. So I would recommend that to one of our, this is where they wrote the Constitution and so forth. So I'd recommend it for this city too. Thank you.
All right, we'll take it online now.
Calling on the first speaker. Adam, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Adam Pintritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. I won't address items on tonight's agenda. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Adam Pintritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. I won't address items on tonight's agenda. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Adam Pintritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. I won't address items on.
I don't know if you have, do you have your speaker on? We're hearing feedback and echoing, and it may be coming from your computer or.
Okay, well, I will try speaking and hopefully you aren't getting the echo any longer. In any case, I'm just going to provide a little bit of context on the wider state of rental housing regulations. Signed into law recently are several laws that take effect in January, including increased administrative burdens. If a landlord would like to move one of their family members into a unit, they now have to do a lot more documentation about that. There's going to be limits on security deposit, which, you know, that's maybe a fair need. However, I'm especially concerned that Because it will be illegal to charge additional security deposit for pets, there's going to be a lot less rental housing available to pet owners as a result of this regulation. There's a new law that will mandate the creation of storage for e-bikes and scooters, even though only a minority of people utilize these modes of transportation. Nonetheless, the cost of adding storage for this transportation will be incorporated into people's rents regardless. There will be an unbundling of parking fees, meaning that if people don't wish to have a parking spot, they can choose not to do so. And that's fine for creating a more carbon-free economy. But the reality is it's also going to create further issues with the cost of rental housing. And there's going to be prohibitions on how people can screen tenants and applicants for rental housing. In addition to these things that have been signed into law, there will be several items on the ballot, including the removal of Costa-Hawkins, the ability for local governments to raise taxes, and the lowering of requirements for local government to impose rent control. If all of these ballot measures pass, and once all of these laws take effect, property owners of rental housing are looking at significant increases to the administrative burdens and a significant increase to costs. And that's going to translate into higher costs for renters and less available rental units. So I urge the council to consider the wider context in which you make your decisions. Thank you.
And I'm going to call on our telephone caller. Please dial star to unmute and go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm asking you to plant some big trees at Fisherman's Wharf. That's a highly polluted area, and because of the car pollution. And car pollution has now been proven to be a significant cause of Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adult brains. And people need to research this and read that. Concerning the fuel reduction project to reduce fire hazards, Hans contradicted my public comments last City Council meeting about the amount of trees that would be cut in their reduction act. And I just want to say that under diseased trees, many diseased trees recover given a chance. So, hello?
We can still hear you. Continue.
Oh, so that needs to be addressed. And also, Mayor Williamson, you promised me you were going to get back to me on this tree issue at Fisherman's Wharf, cutting down the 200-year-old cypress trees, 24 of them or so, was just such a crime. And they did so much for our air here. And we need to save as many trees as we can for climate change. They actually create rivers of rainfall. That's what trees do. And when you cut them down, you are decreasing our rainfall and the moisture in our atmosphere. They harbor up to a ton of CO2 a year, a 100-year-old tree. And this includes the eucalyptus trees, which are being cut down now in the thousands in this county. And by the non-native society, the Native Plant Society, in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have joined in advocating for the deadly toxic herbicides to spray and kill these trunks and killing our bees and insect population, sickening all wildlife and ourselves. And so finally, they're not a fire hazard. They were planted as fire breaks. And at Angel Island, they actually stopped the only fire, one of the largest fires they had that burnt oaks and everything else. So they actually stopped that fire, which the firefighters could not stop until it came to the last 6 acres of the eucalyptus that were left. Thousands were cut down. So please start planting trees and keeping our trees here is very serious because we have no other means of cleaning up our pollution. Thank you.
There are no further comments, Mr. May.
All right, and with that, we will go to the consent agenda. Item number 8 has been requested to be pulled and staff has recommended that we continue item number 14 to November 21st, 2023. Does the council wish to pull any other item? All right, with that, we will go out for public comment. And I'd ask if anybody in the chamber wishes to make public comment on items that are on the consent agenda outside of item number 8 and 14. And 8, just to clarify, is the rental registry, and 14 is an engineering report, a report on engineering positions and allowing an increase in the top step increase. So does anybody in the chamber wish to speak on items on the consent outside of those 2 items? So pulled means it will be discussed separately. So if you want to discuss, it'll be, so item number 8 will be tonight. We'll discuss the rental registry today. Item 14 has been requested by staff to be continued until November 21st. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on any other item on the consent? All right, anybody online? We'll go ahead and capture those folks.
No hands raised.
No hands raised. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent minus 8 and 14, continuing 14 to, what was the date?
November 21st.
21st.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And with that, we'll go to item number 8, second reading of an ordinance to establish a rental inventory requiring registration of all residential properties within the city of Monterey beginning January 1st, 2024. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In front of you is the second reading of our ordinance to establish a rental inventory and requiring registration of all residential rental properties within the city of Monterey. Start date January 1st, 2024. The version in front of you includes the requirement that tenants to provide 30 days notice to landlords prior to initiating a civil action. That was the item you wanted us to add at the last meeting. Other than that, it's the same ordinance that was discussed 3 weeks ago.
All right, bringing it to the council for any questions.
Just a statement.
Okay, are you okay holding off until after public comment?
I am.
Okay, anybody on this side? Councilmember Barber, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so for this item, the proposed time limit for public comment is 15 minutes. Is council in agreement with that? Well,
Yes.
we're gonna recapture everybody up front. So if we want to extend the time, we should probably identify that now.
I think it'd be helpful to see how many want to speak first.
Okay, how many in the chamber wish to speak on this item? You can either identify yourself by raising your hand or standing. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, and if those online can identify yourselves, I'll give a countdown to do a cutoff for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and I'll ask Clementine to share with us how many folks we have online. We have 3. So we have,
I mean, I don't think 15 minutes would be enough. I think at a minimum, a half hour.
okay,
If not
Mr. Mayor,
45
I
minutes.
suggest 90 seconds per speaker.
Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. 90 seconds. Yeah, that
Okay.
way we can get.
all right, so we'll give folks a minute and 30 seconds to speak per item. So there is 13. If able and willing, if folks that identify themselves as the 13, if you could stand and line up on the side, just so that there's not confusion around those who did raise their hand and those who didn't. Over here?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and start?
Hi, my name is Peter. Good news, I'm not shy. I'm here to talk out loud and make a clear point. This proposal is wrong. If the city council really wants to help tenants, they will mandate a totally different line. And that being that if you want to raise the rent 10%, which would be $200 on a $2,000 monthly rental, that you be required to give the tenant 6 months' notice. That is a much more equitable way to deal with things. Now, I heard and saw somewhere where someone claimed that their rent went up by $800 a month. Okay, I have no factual proof demonstrating that, but I will say this, there could be a possible justification for that. That being, say you inherited a piece of property and you don't make it your primary residence, your taxes, the previous person may have been paying based on assessed value of 500,000. Now you're paying an assessed value of say 1.7 million, who knows, 1.5. Your property taxes just shot up by $8,000 a year. So there could be justification behind that. So your approach here is wrong. There are enough people here that are demonstrating against it. And I don't want to see what happened with Monterey City Water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dalila Epperson, and I've been on the Zoom watching and listening, and I've been hearing everybody speak. And I keep thinking, and the question keeps coming to mind, who do you work for? You work for us. And we've been coming to you, your constituents, and telling you good information, researched information, data points. And yet you keep telling us you're going to go ahead with this rental registry, which is not going to benefit us. It's not going to benefit any of us. And yet you keep pushing forward on it. And that's why the question keeps coming to my mind, who do you work for? You work for us, and we keep coming to you and we keep telling you, we don't want this. We don't need this. It doesn't work. And you know it doesn't work. You guys are intelligent. You were elected. You're here. You work for us. And yet you keep on trying to push this. Why? If you work for us, you would be hearing us and listening to us. And you would be already on the decision of this is not what the people want, the people who elected you. This is not good for them. We've given you good information and data points. So we're going to stop here and think of something else. So who do you work for? Thank you.
I'm lucky that they covered two of my points. Now I hope I don't get mixed up here. You were talking about the Western Flyer. You've created a lot of people here that are feeling seasick over this issue. I want to start with individuals that make statements up there. Number one, Gene Garcia of District 4 continuously in two other meetings has talked about this man who couldn't pay his rent. Do you have proof of that? Or is it just a story that sounds good? That's one person out of how many thousands? Next person, Kim Barber. You were quoted in the paper, can't move forward until we know where we're starting from. Well, there was an offer by Adam Pinterest to take care of all these information things before you even budgeted for 2 new people on staff. Alan Hoffa, you were one of the original poorly thought out rental registry addicts here with its Gestapo tactics. Until the public came out and complained about it, you were all for it in the beginning. Now with all these changes, you're willing to do the changes too. Why wasn't it thought out more thoroughly so that everyone would be happy with it to begin with?
Sir, that's time.
That's it.
That is it. Thank you. I'm just gonna ask, I know that everybody's excited, but if we can try to keep the applause to a minimum so that we can get through the item. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, Manager, I just want to first say I really think highly of all of you. Your decisions usually are right in line and great. I honestly, I probably haven't followed this as closely, maybe as I should. I remember when it first came out, it seemed like a discussion was we needed the rental registry to make people aware what's available for rent, what's not. It might have morphed a little from there. I don't know. But in general, we need the freedom of the property owners to really control their properties and do what they want with it. If they care to be part of the rental registry, I think they should. If not, leave them to that. But I want to see what the real benefit of doing the registry is going to be for the community. But in the end, I'm going to trust you guys in your decision because you seem to do pretty well throughout the year. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Teresa Matthews. I am a renter and I am opposed to any rental registry. I'm also a property owner and a landlord for property not in this area. As a renter, I appreciate my landlord. As a landlord, I am grateful for my renters. There's a mutually beneficial relationship which disappears whenever government regulations are involved. A few of the issues, rentals will disappear from the market. Incentives to develop new rentals will be gone. Investment in properties reduced, pressures landlords to sell. Every other city in California has created rental registries, finds less housing available, not more. Landlords are often forced to terminate leases when they find costs and other regulatory fees to maintain properties due to government intervention and that become almost prohibitive. They may move on and develop properties in more business-friendly areas. For example, Santa Barbara, as is well known, has paused their registry initiative. There's no shame in recognizing a mistake may be made. No one gains with a rental registry. No one in the contractual relationship benefits. Both the renter and the landlord lose. The city council may think they will win, but in the end, they lose as well.
I'm L.K. Samuels. I'm author of the Killing History book, The False Left-Right Political Spectrum. And I'm going to give this to you from Ghazi, the Dr. Ghazi Ali, a German historian that talks about rent control, what happened in Nazi Germany, and how much they hated the landlords and all the things they did to stop them. It looks like they didn't give any amounts of rental increases for 12 years. On that, what happened to Germany after World War II? Remember, they froze rents, froze wages, froze everything in 1933. So what happened afterwards? Germany did not do well after World War II, like many other countries. And some economists came in and told the general, hey, if you want to fix this, get rid of the rent control, get rid of price controls, get rid of all these things. And the general wasn't sure, but he said, okay, well, you're the famous economist. And he did it. Guess what? Within a year, Germany started to get into what they call the miracle of Germany. They started to build, the black markets went away, shortages ended. This is the German miracle. You're doing the reverse. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Susie Allen. I'm also a landlord, not in this city. I am against the rent registry and potentially rent control. It's extremely expensive to set up this registry, about $500,000 a year initially. Costs will only increase, staff will increase as this program expands. I mean, that's just kind of common sense. Feels like governmental overreach, creates 0 new units. I know you've heard all this already. Will contract the available market. Why not build and regulate as you see fit? Put in subsidized governmental housing, regulate it, undercut the rest of us landlords. Creates, more housing for everybody, rents will go down. Just basic economics. As another lady said, a lot of us don't feel heard. You know, I know you keep talking about this anecdotal phantom renter somewhere, but you've got rooms full of people that show up week after week, meeting after meeting. Please hear us. We don't want this. I know you heard the citizens also vote. Thank you.
Peter Kaiser, Seaside. I think it's in the Declaration of Independence. It says endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And as I recall, the pursuit of happiness really was euphemism for protection of private property. So instead of having this rental registry and probably rent control and so forth, I recommend that it be voluntary. You have a voluntary registry. The fees are all voluntary for those people, renters and others who want to participate. This is America. And so the Declaration says that. And then we don't want to be reducing the number of houses available for rentals or prices. And we also want to make sure that I believe one of the speakers in this auditorium recently said that housing is a human right. That wasn't in the Declaration. That's a misquote. So thank you.
Hello, I'm David Raymer. I'm from Seaside. I am a renter and absolutely love my landlord. I don't think landlords are the problem. For the last 30 years, Monterey has failed to develop new housing. Whether what they say is true or not is yet to be determined. Using excuses like water credits, I believe, is deflecting instead of owning the problem. I don't doubt that there is a water shortage on the peninsula. There's also a housing shortage. I recently saw an enormous house built at the top of the hill in Monterey. I guess water credits don't apply to that house. There have been some efforts made to eliminate the water shortage issue, one being the approval of controversial desal plant in Marina, which is slated to be finished in 2027. With that being said, I still feel the city is using the water credits issue to line their pockets, most likely being sold to the highest bidder. I know it was done in PG for an ADU and a couple of other projects. There are supposedly more in PG too. The truth is about 20% of new housing is supposed to be low to moderate income housing. Another issue that comes to mind is the military people living here in our community. I love our military, and looking at our housing here on the peninsula, that is a factor that has to be looked at. The military does not provide enough housing for their personnel. The military personnel is forced to go out into the community and take housing away from the people that actually are from here and live here. The military receives a basically monthly housing allowance. In the Monterey Peninsula, the BHA starts at $2,907 a month and goes up to $5,019 a month for an 07.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The last time I spoke, I talked to all of you because we are, as has been said already, a democracy. You all got voted by the public, just as been said tonight. And it is very important that we, the people who are sitting here, are already clapping their hands to let you know that the majority, if you send out a vote for everybody in Monterey who can vote, I would bet the farm that you would lose this registry immediately because the population understands this and they know it's better because it's so expensive for you to have a registry. You've all admitted this, and this is going to be more costly than you fixing some of the terrible roads that exist in Monterey. I think all of you are very intelligent people, and to make an intelligent decision is put this to an election and give the public to speak out, those who couldn't make it today, so we have the answers we all need to know. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Kathy Anderson.
This week I was downtown Monterey and I ran into some people that one gal in particular had retired and she was with somebody. And she goes, Kathy, what about that registration? She goes, I went to that community neighborhood meeting and I tried to talk to the mayor about it, but he gave me the deaf ear. You know, I own property, she says, in LA and they do rent control and all I do is write checks to the city. So with that, you got to be careful who you speak to because your perception is that we have this property that was given to us with our families, and that could be true. And they worked hard. I started working toward buying a piece of property when I was 20 years old. And they're almost free and clear. And that's my retirement. There's no free lunch. My gardener, 2 jobs. He says, Kathy, I'm looking for a house. I couldn't believe it. He works 2 jobs. And you know what he said to me? I'm an escrow and he bought a house. It's nothing but hard work. No free lunches.
We don't need this registry for the things you have said we do. If you want a rental market snapshot, why didn't you respond to Councilman Smith's idea of buying software for 40 to 50,000? Your rent hike concerns, like Councilman Garcia stated, of $800, learn the state codes. That cap raises are there, and you can tell your constituents, you better learn the codes. Leaky roof concerns, like Mayor Williamson stated, learn the health and safety codes for violations and tell your constituents. You don't need a registry for that. Esther Malkin continues to tell you that tenants fear retaliation, yet they can call anonymously. Out of thousands of renters, we've only heard from a few. My tenants and others, they don't want this due to the cost and the privacy issues. My main concern is the privacy issue. So I directed a comment to Councilman Hoffa last council meeting. I said I have private legal contracts with my tenants for the amount of rent. And that's not for public disclosure. Mr. Hoffa, you replied to me and said the contract isn't disclosed, it remains private. But Mr. Hoffa, the rent registry requires the monthly rent for each unit to be disclosed. That figure is on the rent contract. So it then becomes public knowledge, and that's my objection.
Okay, we'll take it online now.
Calling on EM.
Good evening, Esther Malkin again. So get ready to yell and boo me and do whatever you do in chambers. But just to address the fact that, yes, this is a democracy. And just because the city council isn't listening to those that are able to attend these meetings does not mean in a city of 66% residents being renters that they are not listening to their constituents. They are listening to the majority of the residents in this city. And unfortunate for those of you that feel unheard, now you know what it's been like for renters all these decades leading up to this. We are voters. We have the ear of this council. Just because you guys don't like what we have to say as renters does not mean that it is invalid. And as the majority, we have just as much of a voice as those of you that have the luxury of sitting there and the luxury of owning your own homes, when the majority of the residents in this city that are renters are never going to be able to
Esther,
own.
hold on. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Can you please be respectful of everybody who's speaking during public comment, and that includes Esther. So I'm going to ask everybody to please let us continue the government, the business of government, please. All right, let's let her continue.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. No matter what we say, they are going to continue feeling like their voice is the only one that matters, and that the city council has to listen to them and not the other majority of the renters in the residents in the city that happen to be renters that will very unlikely ever be homeowners like they are.
Our next speaker is Tom Reeves.
Good afternoon. I'll remain consistent with my previous comments by asking you that during your deliberations, please do not eliminate the mom and pop's exemption. And as a matter of fact, I'll be a little inconsistent now and ask that you add a family to family exemption, meaning parent to child, child to parent. And the reason is simple. If a person owns 4 or more units and they want to rent a unit, say, to one of their children, I don't think it's the public's business to know how much the rent is for that unit. I mean, put yourself into the shoes of a family that has a child that needs some help and they want to house that child in one of their apartment units. Now, all of the neighbors in that building can nose around and find out, gee, you know, he's only charging or she's only charging this amount of money for their child. I just think that's fundamentally wrong, and you might agree with me on that. I ask that you think about that a little bit, and please, if anything, add a family to family exemption. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our last Zoom speaker is Shar Carter. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hi. I think you guys should swallow your pride and can this whole thing, including the city manager who's, pandering for this whole thing. I have been down there for the last 2 months and thank the Lord for Paul Miller and the Pine Cone. I would never have known anything about this. It's unnecessary. It's expensive. It's divisive. And the lady who just spoke said she was in the majority because she's a renter. Well, all the people I know who have property right now are selling. So there might not be any renters pretty soon. They might have to leave. So I just, guys, can it, just get rid of it. Elections have consequences. Mr. Hoffa, you are running for supervisor, and people are listening all over this county. They're listening in Salinas. They're listening in Gonzales. They're listening in Carmel, and you're running for supervisor. Just swallow your pride and get rid of this. You have heard week after week or month after month, do not do rental registry. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll bring it back to the council for deliberation and motion. So open it up to the council. And Councilmember Smith, I understand you had comments you wanted to share.
Yeah, it looked like Alan was moving to make some comments. Okay, thank you. So I think that once again, the audience tonight, the previous 2 or 3 sessions where we opened this up and examined it have clearly spoken with some very informed positions. Lots of people have opinions on this because it is divisive. As I've spoken right from the beginning, I question the purpose, and I still cannot find a legitimate reason to do this. I want to read the findings from the city agenda item tonight, item number 8, the findings. The city council finds and declares as follows: the city has a substantial government interest in regulating the relationship between landlords and tenants to increase certainty, stability, and fairness within the rental market. There's so much wrong with that sentence. It is so inaccurate. We have no business being involved in the landlord's relationship with the tenant. We do have everything to be involved in health and safety. And as it's been spoken, we have the tools to do that. We have the policing power to do that. We have the complaint process to do that, to be responsive to complaints and needs. And when it's health and safety, absolutely, we need to get involved in that. But we have nothing to do with the relationship between a tenant and a landlord. over the cost of running a business. What's next? Are you next going to get involved in our local coffee shops and start regulating the amount of coffee you charge or the amount of a plate of a meal at Denny's? How far does the public need to endure government intrusion? I think this is a great example of one that is way too far. And it steps over the bounds of what I think is our clear task of operating local city government. Number two, the ordinance codifies in this chapter is being adopted pursuant to the city's police power authority to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. How? And as I've asked before, and nobody else on the council, all due respect, could give an answer, nor did they do much other than stare at me when I asked the question, in 1 year's time, when we have the data, what are you then going to do? If the purpose stated here is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, and you need a report to do that in a year, then that means we're not doing our job as we oversee public safety complaints and the processes that are there. This is going to gather data and give us a report. I just don't get the connection between public health, safety, and welfare. What I fear it may do is motivate my 4 peers on the council to say, well, my gosh, the next step is rental regulation, and then we need to get involved in modifying the state rent control so that you then would get involved in rental control. I fear that that's your next step. And you can't promise the residents that have spoken here for the last several months that that's not in the back of your mind. This, to me, is the step forward, what they really don't want. This rental registry, I don't think, matches the purpose. It doesn't match the goals. It doesn't align with trying to attack the problem. And as it's been said over and over and over again, there's nothing that this city can do to bring more inventory until we have water supply. And we heavily depend on the private sector to build units. And we have a shortage of units. We have a military base, 2 military bases. Oh, by the way, we have CSUMB that wasn't here 30 years ago. If you're wondering where the housing's going, look at all the jobs that are here. Look at the students that need housing, the military participants and the partners. And I'm glad they're here. I'm not saying close them. I'm not saying get rid of them. But there is a reason why we have a shortage of housing. And this regulation is not going to help you get 1 more unit or help you do anything in the relationship with your tenant. One last theme to cover. As I've spoken with you before, I've owned rentals for a long time. None in Monterey, all out of town. Like you've heard tonight, in order to get a rental, you have to work really hard. Those of you on the council that have a rental, you know what it takes. I don't think any of us that have any history of being a landlord owner and working with a tenant and spending our money from our side to take care of a roof, a foundation, a water leak, and replacing carpet and painting every time you have a turn of a tenant would really think that it's a fat cap business that you become rich off of. In a town like this, there are some highly successful landlords, but most of the people that this is going to hit are the folks that have worked really hard to have 5 units, 10 units, or 12 units or more that are actively involved, and their profit goes over to the rents, or I'm sorry, goes over to the roof and goes over to the repairs. And just as an illustration, this morning, I paid for a roof on my home. I paid $46,000 to have a roof repaired. $46,000. Now, I'm glad I had it I saved for a long time, but I had a lot of repairs to do on a house I've lived in for 40 years. And that's my third roof, by the way. So what do you think these owners do with the money that they make off of the rents that they collect? It goes back into the unit. They're not becoming fat cats. And you're interrupting their business with a regulation like this. We have no business being involved in this. And I'll continue to say, we do not have a place in government to overreach and get involved in the relationship between their tenant and the landlord. There are factors that drive the relationship, and the tenant has choices. They do not have to live in Monterey. They can live in Marina and Pacific Grove and Seaside and Delray Oaks, and all of those rents in all of those communities are very difficult because of the environment we live in, because we're right next to the ocean. We're actually hearing that Salinas is getting higher than Monterey. Well, you're going to get involved in this with this regulation. You're going to stimulate increased rents in Monterey that are going to hurt the tenant that you say you want to help. And I don't get it. I think the approach of this is to not pass it and get back to square one and go to the community and form some type of a steering committee like Salinas did and ask them to participate in something that will help us move the needle on housing. And that's the answers are out there in the community. The answer is not governmental regulation. And I think we should start over with this and go to the community and find a way to get where we need to get the data that this council wants, and not spend $400,000 and have to hire 2 people and have a big expensive program that does not achieve the stated purpose. Thank you for your time.
All right, we'll go to the next council member. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your public comment. We do appreciate it. I just want to say that it is important for you to realize we do hear you. We have responded. We have amended this ordinance based on the feedback that we've heard. I know some of you would like it not to happen at all, but I think it's also fair to recognize it's been amended, it's been improved. So just to remind you that we added a number of exemptions for different types of properties in terms of the fee. So certain types of properties would not have to pay the fee. We added and addressed the concern about privacy. So for example, the tenant's name would not be included. So we addressed the issue of the concern or the request for a sunset. So there will be a 5-year sunset, basically in 5 years. If the council at that time doesn't see a value in this, it would sunset. We added a mom and pop exemption so that property owners with 3 or fewer properties who are not doing this as a business would be able to apply for an exemption. And we required tenants who would like to take a civil action for non-compliance to give a 30-day notice, which is reasonable. So we've heard your concerns. We've tried to improve it. I realize you would like it not to happen, but there are other residents who do see a benefit in this who aren't here tonight. And it's our responsibility to hear all voices and to do what we see is in the best interest of the city. That's what we're elected to do.
Excuse me. Hey, excuse me.
You may not agree with us.
Alan, hold on.
Yeah.
If there's going to be continual interruptions, I'll ask folks to leave the chamber. Please be respectful of folks that are talking. That's all I'm asking. You can have your opinion, but the time for public comment has ended. So let's let the council speak and deliberate the topic.
So you may not agree with us on this issue. That's okay. In Monterey, we have a practice called the Monterey Way. We agree to listen to each other. We agree to be respectful of each other. Here on the council, we do that. And that's very important. And you may disagree with us this time. You may agree with us next time. That's just how it goes. So we've heard from folks that rents here are affordable, that there is no problem. We've heard that it may even be cheaper in Salinas, but we don't actually know any of that. We don't know. We don't know what the real rents are. And this will actually let us know that. You know, excuse me.
I'm sorry. One more time.
It's very hard to,
If
it's very hard to
folks-
order.
If folks continue to talk while the council is deliberating, I'm going to ask you to leave. I don't want to do that. Please be respectful. Stop the conversation and the comments from the chamber, or I will ask you to leave.
So in terms of people's real costs, the cost of living, for most people on the peninsula, it's 50% and up of their income is going to housing. That's a real significant cost. And as we're all experiencing inflation, one of the major drivers of inflation is the cost of housing. How bad is it here? We don't know. This will actually give us real information about that. Every other business or industry is regulated in some form. You may not like that, but that's the reality. And this is an industry that is housing that is, as I just pointed out, the major cost factor for most families. And we have folks who are being priced out of the peninsula, the people that work for us, that work in the restaurants, that work in the cafes, that do all of the other important work for us, who are being priced out of our community. So I don't know whether this will be beneficial or not. I believe that it will give us important information that will help us figure out what's going on with our rental market. But we have to do something. We have to do something, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, Councilmember Barber.
Yes, thank you. So I echo my colleague who just finished speaking. I think it's very important that we do show respect for each other. We're not going to agree, just like he said, on everything, but we don't have to be disagreeable. A lot of people we're hearing from we respect and have made a lot of modifications because we have been listening, but we're also listening to, like they said earlier, people who are not there. We're getting a baseline. You know, the baseline, so be able to see what does that snapshot look like. Just like I think Councilmember Hoffman just said, we don't know a lot of the answers because we don't have a baseline.
Hold on 1 second. What was that?
Can you hear me?
If you could, while you're speaking, if you could turn your volume off while you're speaking, because there's a little bit of echo on our side.
Turn my volume off?
Turn your volume while you're speaking. That way, maybe.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, but there's still an echo.
Lower.
Okay. How about now? Are you able to hear me better?
No, it's still, the echo's still there.
Lower volume?
Did you lower your volume?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Turns off.
I'm gonna lower it again. But I want to make sure I can hear you guys. For right now, can you hear? Is this better?
No, it's still the same.
Let me go to audio settings.
Hey, Councilmember Barber, would you try to maybe call in and do the audio on your phone? And then maybe we can come back to you. I can pass.
Okay, let me put you back up. Can you hear me okay now?
No, it's still, the echo is still there.
Okay, yeah, I can call. Who do I need to call?
I'm gonna have Nat maybe work with you on trying to figure that out.
Okay.
While you're doing that, if you wouldn't mind muting for a second, and then I'll pass it to Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. So
I'm just gonna reiterate points that I've shared in the past. And I won't make it long. I think this will be a useful tool for us to figure out really what we're up against and what potential solutions we could offer to all our residents in the city. I think it's a pretty sad day when we equate the challenges of a family who's struggling in the rental market here to the relationship that a manager has with a barista at a coffee shop. It's completely apples and oranges. We really need to pay attention to the struggles of all our residents, including you folks here in the chambers. We have conversations, and I should speak in I language. I have conversations with neighbors on a regular about these challenges. They're the only reason why these stories that I share have to be anecdotal is because they are afraid to come forward and speak their minds for fear that they'll be retaliated against by their landlords. Is that fear real? I don't know. But they're coming to us with that. They're coming to me with that. So I can't, just as I've sat here and listened to you all, I can't say I'm not going to listen to them. So that's what I am confronted with when making a decision here in terms of how to move forward. So we need to get involved, unfortunately, because there's a disbalance here that nobody really is seeming to have a response in terms of how to address. If we leave it up to the rental market to do its thing, we still have families struggling, and we've had families struggling for years. So who's going to address that? We have the responsibility, the way I see it, we as local government, to make sure that our residents are able to maximize their well-being here in our city. So if that means jumping in and together trying to figure out a solution that works for everyone involved, I think we have that responsibility. You all elected us. I got appointed, but you know, I count myself as an elected official as well, because I was selected by a group of peers. And I think that we have the responsibility, again, of listening to all our neighbors and making sure that we make the decision as best we see fit for the improvement of their lives. I also keep hearing this quote, nothing we can do until we figure out water situation. That to me doesn't sit well, because I can't go to my constituents and say, when they have an issue, you know what, we can't address that right now. There's nothing we can do about it. That's what I'm being asked to do with the rental registry. Hey, you know, can it? Because there's nothing we can do right now. That's not true. There's something that we can do, and we're trying to figure out exactly how best that's going to work for our city. So if that means pushing forward policy that you might not be in agreement with, but a good portion of our city could benefit from, then that's what's going to need to happen. And in terms of what is going to happen once we get this data, I think that we had a pretty robust conversation about what's going to happen. We're going to look at the data. and we're going to figure out what's the next move forward. That's why the whole conversation about sunsetting it. That's the whole conversation about looking at what the data shows in a year from now. So I think that that's where, first of all, this is going to lead. Going to capture some data that'll make us or allow us to be a little bit more better informed in terms of how to move forward.
Okay. Want to check back in with you, Councilmember Barber? Let's test this out here. You have to, what is the unmute for the phone? Star 667.
I don't see her on the phone.
I see her icon in the corner where it's muted. It shows a phone there now.
Oh, okay. Star 6.
Star 6. So push star 6 on your phone, Dr. Barber.
Okay, how about now?
Yes, we got you.
Technology is wonderful when it works. So yeah, I'm not going to belabor it because a lot of my colleagues have already covered a lot of points that I've been saying. One of the things is I really appreciate Council Member Hoffman, Hoffa talking about the Monterey Way and us remembering that we are not going to agree on every single thing that comes in front of us, but that we have to learn how to be respectful to people so that we can be able to live together, because we're still neighbors. We're still going to the store, going to the gas station, you know, we're still living, and we want everybody to have the best quality of life that they can. And a lot of this that we've talked about with the protection of private property, well, that's not being violated because all this information that we talked about before, as many of you have pointed out, is siloed on the internet anyway. It's a matter of bringing it together, bringing the puzzle pieces together so we can actually get a baseline of what our rental market looks like. Because right now we do not know anything.
Is that it for you, Dr. Barber?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, that's it for me.
Okay. So I would just speak to the fact that this is the second reading that we've done on this item. And so in as much as I think it's helpful for those that want to dig deeper and understand what led us here, I think that there's been a lot of conversations and points made in previous meetings. My colleagues have spoke to some of the issues that were addressed tonight, and I think it is helpful to address those because I know that some folks may have not been privy to prior conversations. And so without going over all of it, I'll just speak to high level in regards to the purpose. Councilmember Barber, you just spoke to this. It's to help create a baseline. You know, there was ideas and proposals about using a system and gathering data that could be pulled from Zillow and Rent Cafe or all these other sites. That data isn't necessarily fully accurate. That's not going to give us the accuracy around the information that the registry will be able to provide us. This is something that we can trust and ensure that to a better extent possible, that we'll have data that gives us a really true litmus test of what's going on here within the city of Monterey. And that's really the purpose here. Nobody's trying to take advantage of anybody else. We just continue to hear, and I guess I'll use the same phrase that Councilman Garcia just shared. I continue to hear concerns from renters within the community about their experience, about their plight, and that's real. I don't have any purpose or desire to want to make up that experience. And part of the feedback that I'm hearing from the comments are that, you know, either why aren't they here, or where's that story, where's the evidence? These folks are scared. These folks do not want to come into the chamber and be susceptible to the comments, a lot of the feedback that folks shared tonight. And everybody has the right to share what they want, but to me, it further defines the conflict and the struggle and the challenge of addressing these types of issues. I shared at the last council meeting, there was a comment that was posted on Nextdoor that was from a landlord that had said it was a post about the high cost of rent. And the landlord's response was, everybody that's speaking in favor of moving forward in this way, I am taking your name down and I'm never going to rent to you. It defines the problem. And real or not, whether that's a veiled threat, whether it's real or not, it is real to the people that are struggling within the city of Monterey, or the people that want to live here, or the people that work here and that want to live here. One of the comments that was shared a couple of times today, including by one of our colleagues here on the council, was the idea of folks maybe getting a second job. And I just think how shallow can this discourse get around not understanding how different people's life situations are different. Some of these people that I've heard from have multiple jobs. Some of these people are living multiple families in a household to try to find a way of making it work. All right. I'm sorry.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
Please let me finish my comments. Some people, some folks are retired, they're on a fixed income, and that's all they have. Maybe reaching end of life. Are we going to expect them to get 2 jobs to try to find a way of making it work? We have to have empathy towards everybody's situation within our community. And sometimes that causes us to have values that rub up against one another and create conflict. So I don't want to lecture. I don't want to go on and on. I think my point is just to share that this is a difficult decision. We didn't get here just because we wanted to make a policy decision and we're trying to ram it down the community's throats. But obviously there's some concern from folks that don't want us to do this at all. It's clear that this is the direction that we're going in. As Councilmember Hoppe iterated, we've made a lot of exemptions and made a lot of changes to the original proposal to try to incorporate that feedback. So it hasn't been something that's been done in a vacuum. We've had a lot of public engagement and transparency on this process. There was a comment about citizens vote, renters vote, will citizens vote too? I mean, again, I think the language and how it's expressed maybe that wasn't the intent of how it came across, but it can sound as if renters aren't citizens as well and part of our community. And we just need to be mindful about how we communicate those things. There was the feedback around the comment that I made in previous meetings around how housing is a human right. And I'll just reiterate how the comment was in the context of how I respect property rights, but property rights aren't the only rights that we need to think of when we're looking at these types of policies. And I do think housing is a human right. I didn't say it was in the Constitution. I, as far as my values, believe that housing is a human right. And we need to make sure that we can do what we can to protect our residents. And the last point that I will make is, again, staff, particularly our city manager, Hans, was attacked in a comment about the council's policy direction to move forward with this policy. It is not fair to attack staff. They're doing the work on behalf of the council, which is doing the work on behalf of the community. And just because we don't hear a majority of folks coming out and speaking in favor of us moving forward with this doesn't mean that we're not listening and that we're not trying to be mindful of the needs for all of the residents in the community in the city of Monterey. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the ordinance as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's
discussion.
moved and seconded, and we'll go to discussion.
Yeah, I will give credit to the city staff because they have had the lion's share of the hard work, the city attorney, city manager, and our outside counsel. I do not recognize that the council did compromise on some key points of my suggestions of the legal side and the mom and pop category of 3 being exempted. So those are important, although it does not outweigh the fact that I fundamentally just disagree with this. And maybe it's just the ideology of a different, a bearing or where you come from, or, how you approach the economics of living in our communities. So I get that there's differences. I think the community has responded and by and large been pretty respectful. So I think the comments that, we got tonight, sometimes when you're rubbing values against each other, like you said, sometimes the comments are with the bark on it, and that's okay. That's how we get to the right place. Although I disagree with this policy, the discourse in the public, we have to rise above and say it's okay, even if we, the council, disagree with some of the comments and what we're hearing. We have an obligation to be tolerant, to hear that when it comes at us with the bark on it. So I want to push back a little bit on the council believing that you got the high heat today. This heat was nothing. This was nothing compared to what you're going to feel if you start talking about rent control. The community spoke, and I appreciate them coming out the last 3 or 4 times they've come out. And I believe that the majority of this, if it were to be a ballot, I think the majority would in fact not see the connection that you see. I would just encourage you that it looks like it's going to be 4-1, right? So I kind of brace myself for that. I count cards in the room. I'll be on the downside again, but I would encourage the council to not stop here, but to continue to say, when you get the year report, ask yourself, okay, do you want to keep doing this? Because I don't want to see excess government when not necessary. That's my fundamental disagreement with this. Hiring employees is great when you have a great need, but I don't see the benefit of spending a lot of money that comes from some other party, not generated by anything we do with other than rental registry tax, a fee to support employees. So I fundamentally don't agree with that. But I would encourage you, after the 1 year of seeing the report and seeing what you could do with it, that might be an opportunity to win some favors back and say, let's sunset this after a year or 2, where you see the picture. Because I think that there is so much more to the rental market that you probably aren't seeing unless you have actually been in the business of being a landlord. And I think it's very, very important to listen to the people that are in there, in that business market. It's important to listen to all the constituents. I would say, yes, you want to listen to the tenants. You want to listen to the property owners as well. We listen to all voters, wherever they come from. We don't separate. It is the fundamental way we do it in America, is that we decide at the ballot box and then we follow the vote. But that doesn't mean we don't like it, and we may still complain about it. But I think the community has been very, very respectful on the topic. There's been much said about it. There's been a lot of opinions about it, but I think fundamentally, you'll find out if it's worth it after you get the first report after a year. And I would hope that certainly after a short period of time, you'll say, you got the data you need and there's no point in continuing to spend that kind of money. And that maybe there's a database after a year or 2 that tells you that you've been educated enough that you don't need to spend $400,000 a year. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the council? Councilmember Barber?
Yes,
You're all set?
I'm all set.
Okay, perfect. I'll just wrap us up before we do a roll call here and you know, public comment is great. We want to promote the opportunity for folks to share that. And I think that everybody on the council has thick skin and our ability to be able to take a little bit heat when things don't necessarily seem to jive or agree with the perspective from which we're going with. I just thought it was important to address the issues that fell into the line of more of disrespectful. So I agree with you, Councilmember Smith. I think that for the most part, folks were respectful and it was well received. And I think that, you know, there are differences of opinion. And I think that the council took that well. And again, it went into what you acknowledge was a process that evolved into what the ordinances that we have today. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes,
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
It's a yes for me. All right. And with that, should we try to finish these two items? Is it appropriate for us to do that?
What number is that? 9?
20.
20.
20.
All right. Let's go to item number 20, which is to
Rezone.
first reading by title only of an ordinance to rezone 581 Larkin Street from R36 to R36H2 at City Historic Resource and authorize a Mills Act contract property tax savings program for historic structures. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff
Yes,
presentation.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a Mills Act agenda report, and it's actually a very, very fascinating, interesting property that Matthew Bogart will present to you. And with that, go ahead, Matthew.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Bogart. I'm an associate planner with the City of Monterey's planning division. Is your mic on? Okay, all right. It's a little bit hard to hear you, but
Try again.
All good. It's all good.
Matthew, try again.
maybe now. That's better.
Just speak up. Speak up.
That works.
All right. My
that's better. Thank you.
Matthew Bogart, and today we're here to talk about 581 Larkin Street for a Mills Act contract and rezoning of the property to a historic resource. The recommendation from city staff is that the city council adopt an ordinance to rezone the property as a historic resource and to approve a resolution for a Mills Act contract for the property. The subject property is in Old Town Monterey, just near the downtown area. And it's a somewhat large property in this area. Eligibility for the property, it is considered the Frank Hellum House, and it qualifies as a historic resource based on criterion 1 and 2, which are for events and persons per a intensive historic survey conducted by historian Meg Clovis. The property's had a little bit of work. It's the same property, new paint color. So under our criterion 1, it's representative of residential development in the last quarter of the 19th century, late 1800s. And it's the family home of Frank Hellum, who had several businesses in Monterey, and you may still know them as the Hellum's Tobacco down on Alvarado Street. Started off at a smaller place and then moved into the Monterey Hotels, the Climax Cigar Store, and has been the longest operating tobacco store in California. Moved across the street, and we can see Frank Hellum here on the left in his current place where he's at now at 423 Alvarado Street. Prior recommendations for this project include on September 14th, The Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of both the rezoning and the Mills Act contract. And on September 26th, the Planning Commission also recommended the rezoning. It meets the eligibility requirements and a maintenance schedule has been submitted for the project. With that, staff's recommendation is to adopt the ordinance for rezoning and adopt the resolution for the Mills Act contract. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to add that fun fact to my introductions at events. So that's a little cool fun fact. First cigar shop in the state of California.
The longest running tobacco.
The longest running tobacco. Okay, all right.
And to add the first or the longest member of the Monterey Chamber of Commerce, Helms Tobacco. The longest member of the chamber.
Didn't know that one. So we need more of this. This is fun stuff.
And they have great wine, by the way.
Okay, see, we're going in the right direction. All right, any questions from the council? Thanks for the presentation. All right, we will open it up to public comment. Anybody in the chamber, identify yourself by raising your hand or standing, wants to speak on this item. Anybody online? If you raise your hand, I'll do a countdown. Do the cutoff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And we will go. How many folks do we have? We have 2. All right. So we'll go to the 2 folks that we have online.
Right. Calling first on a telephone caller. So please dial *6. There you go. And go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, council members, but have we addressed item 15 yet?
Item 15 has been approved.
Oh, I missed that one. All right, on this item, I would like to make sure that no trees are cut down for this project. And is that something you will consider? Because what's happening is after you approve all these projects and you don't consider the trees, and that they're the most important thing right now to help us with global warming. And it doesn't seem this city is interested in even knowing about global warming. So that's very important to start asking these kind of questions. So that is my question to the person who is wanting to do this project. Thank you.
All right, and the next speaker is Kevin Dayton.
Kevin Dayton, I'm a resident of Monterey, speaking as a private citizen, live right around the corner from this house. And that house has been vacant for many years. And there was always a light on the second floor there, but nothing was done. And the owner has done a beautiful job, cleared out a lot of the brush. The house now is shown in its historic beauty to the people. Always enjoy walking by. Obviously, the owner loves the house and has put a lot of money into fixing it up. Staff mentioned fix it up a little bit. They've done a tremendous amount of work there. It looks great. It's an asset to the neighborhood and the community. And I think that it benefits the community of Monterey to approve this contract. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 20 for the Mills Act.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. All right, and with that, are we going to continue the item number 21 until this evening? All right. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session, but before we do that, I will take public comment for the item on the closed session. Impasse binding arbitration, MFFA. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, anybody online? Anybody?
No hands are right.
No hands. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and recess to 7 o'clock. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. ahead and reconvene today's council meeting for the evening session. Appreciate everybody's patience as we got transitioning there from our closed session. We'll start off by doing the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll ask Alan, our Councilmember Hoppe, to lead us off.
All right, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Righty. And with that, we will take general public comments. We'll continue general public comments for items not on today's agenda. So if you wish to speak on items not on today's agenda for the general public comment, we have allocated 15 minutes for this section. Oh, would it be helpful if we reiterated the rules of public comment participation?
So this is information that is also in print on this meeting's agenda, available at isearchmonterey.org. So if you miss something that I say, please refer to the agenda. For the safe in-person attendance of our public meetings, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. Please keep your phones and devices in the chamber muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your device or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of Zoom software must be used. To join by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. To comment using the Zoom app, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. And for public comment, the total amount of time allocated on a particular issue and for each individual speaker is generally as follows: up to 3 minutes per speaker. And for regular council meetings like this one, there are two 15-minute public comment periods, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. These are on items not on the agenda, during which a speaker may only comment during one session, afternoon or evening. The total time allocated for public comment is for items pulled from the consent agenda, 15 minutes per item. For public appearance items, 30 minutes per item. For public hearing items, 30 minutes per item. And for closed session, 15 minutes per item. At the time an item is considered, the mayor will ask those attending in person to line up at the podium or raise their hands, and for remote participants to dial *9 on the telephone or use the raise hand function in Zoom if they wish to address the city council. The maximum amount of time for each person to speak and the total amount of time allotted for each item will be determined based on the number of people indicating an interest in speaking and the amount of business to be conducted on the agenda. In exceptional circumstances and when necessary to ensure a full opportunity for public input, the mayor may, with the city council's consent, adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or the time allotted for each speaker. Remote public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. And please note there have been reports of issues with the AMP broadcast today to Comcast and AMP's website due to fiber optic connection issues. So if you run into any broadcast issues, please tune in via Zoom or YouTube. And we've sent an email blast out about this issue as well. Thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. With that, we will go back to the general public comments that are continued for items not on today's agenda. So if you wish to speak for general public comments, I ask that you either line up at the podium, raise your hand, or if you're on Zoom, use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? Alrighty, we will look online. Not seeing anybody? Okay. Alrighty, we will close the general public comment and move to announcements from closed session.
Thank you. There was one litigation matter, closed session for binding impasse arbitration, and there was no reportable action.
Awesome. Thank you, Chrissy. All right, and with that, we will move to presentations. Item number 22 Transportation Agency for Monterey County, or also known as TAMC. We'll pass it to Hans, who will pass it to Mr. Muck.
You said it all, Mr. Mayor. So here we go, Todd. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Todd Muck, and I'm the Executive Director of the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. And I will try to give you as brief a presentation I can about the Transportation Agency and the projects that are going on right now, and then wrap up with some really good news about the Highway 68 corridor project. So my presentation is coming online here. And I'll start with just an overall just explanation of TAMC's role, because the Transportation Agency for Monterey County is a special district, legislatively designated. Not a lot of the public knows what we do, but we do coordinate with the cities and the county and Caltrans and Monterey City Transit and all ranges of transportation issues. We work what we say planning, funding, and building, helping delivery projects. And it could be any type of project: rail, bus, local roads, bicycle pedestrian projects, highway projects. One of our main roles is to be a regional facilitator, and that's often where two different jurisdictions might be next to each other, and we coordinate with them or with Caltrans to make sure the projects move forward. But by and large, the local jurisdiction that the project is in is the lead agency. We're helping them get their projects delivered. And our focus is on safety, accessibility, and mobility projects and programs. So we have a board of directors. It's all 5 county supervisors and 1 representative from each of our 12 cities. Councilmember Smith is your representative for TAMC. And we also have 7 public agencies represented as ex officio boards members.
Ed, where are you at?
Ed is not in the picture. I realized that as I was
Cancel the presentation. No, I'm just kidding.
he's the tall guy in the far right corner.
With graphics, you can't do something about it.
If I'd noticed it earlier, you would have been there.
That's okay. That's okay.
RPK.
Yeah, I was out of town.
I grade him out, but yeah. We also have a citizen advisory committee for the Measure X Citizen Advisory Committee for our oversight of the Measure X sales tax. We have a bicycle and pedestrian committee made up of appointed members from each of the jurisdictions. That's citizen representatives on our bicycle committee, and our technical advisory committee, which is representatives from each of the cities. Marissa Garcia was our chair this last year and did a great job, and then probably happily handed on the gavel. So we get a lot of input from various other agencies and folks on our projects and programs. So I'll just highlight one of our programs. The hardest thing about doing a short presentation about TAMC is we do a lot of different things, and it's hard to explain all of them. Part of Measure X was some funding for Safe Route to School specific, and this is where we have programs that go out and do various things, such as teaching kids bike rodeos and pedestrian education for 2nd and 5th graders. Our Safe Route to School program, though, we've gone after grants and gotten matching funds to leverage our Measure X money, and then done safety analysis for the schools that we follow up with plans, get input from the community, and then we try to leverage that by going out for state grants to bring in grant money to leverage our local money. Councilmember Garcia is one of our excellent staff who works for Ecology Action and has facilitated these meetings. And I have to say, I was super impressed. 3 weeks ago, we were down in Gonzales doing the program. We have a participatory budgeting where folks can choose the project, and then we'll eventually fund the high vote project. But the meetings are in English or Spanish English with an alternative translation. And it's honestly the first time I've been in a meeting. The first one of these I went to was the first time in a meeting where it was in Spanish and I was the one being translated to. And that was a really interesting experience. And the meetings are really well done. So thank you, Gino. I wanted to highlight one of the things we're doing with this is bike traffic gardens, actually is what they're called. And this is at Bayview School. And I know city staff were down helping with this, laying out this traffic garden, and these are on 10 different locations around the county where they're going down in schools or playgrounds, parks, And it gives kids an opportunity to have a place to learn and practice safety skills, place to ride around and learn how to navigate a roadway. You can do the bike rodeo trainings and other things. And it's just a fun way to have some safe education. So I'm going to really go fast through a bunch of projects, just so if you share what's happening that kind of impacts City of Monterey residents, and I can stop, answer any questions, or I can come back later, whatever your preference is. One of the first ones is the Imgen Parkway widening and roundabout project. This is in Marina on Imgen Road. There's a section where it goes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes at Imgen Road, and then to Reservation where it goes out to 4 lanes again. And there will be 4 new roundabouts replacing the signals and the intersections there. It will have bicycle and pedestrian facilities on both sides. It will be our second regional Measure X project to be built. It's going to go to construction anytime now. They're just waiting for their environmental mitigation agreements to be finalized. The first regional Measure X project was a fueling Monterey Salinas Transit bus maintenance and fueling facility down in King City. This is the second one, and we're really getting into the where we're getting things done in Measure X. Projects are coming and to get to construction. Since the measure was adopted by voters in 2016, funding was starting to be collected in April 2017. So we're starting to see all that happen on the regional side. 40% of Measure X goes to regional projects. 60% goes to the cities and the county and cities by formula for local streets and roads. Another project for Measure X is supporting is the Surf Busway. It's a 6-mile bus-only corridor on the Monterey branch line between Marina and Sand City. It serves regional trips between Monterey Peninsula, Salinas, and beyond. There are significant bicycle and pedestrian features that are improved that area where there's some gaps. And this project is getting close to, well, it's in the middle of its coastal commission review. And I know you're going to get a full presentation on this in the next couple of weeks, so I'll move on. There we go. 156 Castro Boulevard interchange is a project that we've been working on for a long time. This is part of the Highway 156 corridor from Castroville to Prunedale. And we had to break the project apart in order to be able to fund it. And this is the first segment. At the location where there's currently a signalized intersection in the highway, this is a new interchange. So we'll remove that signal and have the crossing for the interchange. And instead of signals to access the freeway, there will be roundabouts. So there's 3 roundabouts as part of this project. There's a bike path that connects the relatively new Castroville Boulevard. There's a Castroville Bridge that crosses the railroad tracks that goes from the Castroville community over to North Monterey County High School. And there's other bicycle and pedestrian features of this that connect the existing neighborhoods, and then there's also Chispa housing that's planned adjacent to this project. So there's a lot of good components that make great connections here. This project is going through Pacific Gas and Electric engineering for gas and electric utility relocations. There's a gas transmission line that goes through here. It's the key thing that needs to get done by next month in order to meet our deadlines to go out to bid, which we have a deadline by June 30th to go out to bid. So this is a critical path for that project. They are working on it. Things look good, but we're all waiting for that to finish so this project meets its funding commitments. The Fort Ord Regional Trail and Greenway, FORTAG, is one of our Measure X projects. It's 20 miles of bike and pedestrian path that kind of loops around between Monterey, Delray Oaks, Sand City through Marina, and then up to North Marina past the airport. I highlighted in red 3 areas that have active projects right now. The lower one is the Canyon Del Rey segment. That's there's a utility relocation going on right now, and construction we'll go out to bid early next year to get our construction contractor and get going on that. The other 2 segments, as you can see, connect Central Marina over to the Fort Ord National Monument. So we have a segment along Inner Garrison Road and another segment that connects over on California into Marina. And both of those segments are in engineering right now. US 101 south of Salinas. This is the farthest project away from Monterey, but I know all of us do travel along the US 101 corridor. Between Salinas and Abbott interchange and down to Chular, there are 6 at-grade crossings where people have to take lefts across 2 lanes of speeding traffic. And as you can imagine, that's a big safety issue. So this project will remove those crossings. And in order to do that, we'll need to rebuild the Abbott interchange, modify the Chular interchange, and build frontage roads along the corridor. There's also flooding issues that we hope to help resolve, although a lot of that has to do with the local agricultural flooding issues. So it's not just the road, but there's a component that we'll be able to help with as part of the overall project. So this is in environmental right now. There's going to be some public meetings in December, starting to look at some of the design options that the environmental will review in detail. Just to touch on our rail program, we are working to bring Caltrain service down from Gilroy to Salinas. And we've already built the passenger side of the improvements at Salinas Station. We need to build a layover facility in Salinas and some Gilroy Station improvements, and then finish off with the coordination with Caltrain to bring trains down. We're also working on the Pajaro Watsonville Station. We have funding for environmental for that right now. And then we're working with King City for their station. That's not part of the Caltrain extension, but a station in Salinas will allow Amtrak to stop there. And the current Amtrak service, the Coast Starlight, will be able to stop in King City once they have a station in place. So initially a couple trips, and long-term 6 or more trips, and making that connection along the Central Coast. So this is the main project I wanted to mention today. It's the Scenic Route 68 corridor improvements. We are at a point where the environmental document is going to be released tomorrow or Friday. And so it's time for some public hearings and meetings to get more information out about the project. Included in what I handed out was our annual report, which is the bright, shiny one. And I handed that out because it talks more about the agency and what we're doing. It has our Measure X Citizen Oversight Committee audit report for last year. And it also has budget information and more details about TAMC. And then included inside of that was a flyer, which is for the Highway 68 corridor, and a lot of dense text. The key thing is the QR code right here, where you can pop it open and go to the project page and get information about the project and the schedule for public comments. And when the draft environmental document, which is a secret EIR, when that's available, you can get it from this link as well. So this corridor is between Monterey and Salinas, from Jocelyn Canyon on the west to San Venancio on the east, 9 intersections. And it's the point of the project is to address safety concerns, to improve traffic flow, and to connect wildlife. There's quite a bit of roadkill and things along this corridor when you have Ventana and all the wilderness to the south and Fort Ord to the north of the corridor. A lot of animals trying to cross. What the project does, well, there's 2 alternatives being studied. Both alternatives include 5 wildlife crossings. One alternative will convert the existing 9 signals to roundabouts. The second alternative will modify the existing signals, make them larger to increase the capacity to get through the intersection. And just to explain what an environmental document does, we have an initial design for each of the intersections, and what it's really trying to do is lay out the footprint to see what kind of impacts it will have. So this is one of the roundabout designs. It's Highway 218 and 68 intersection. This is the enhanced signal intersection. This is the 2 laid over together. And then the purple is the environmental study area that the Caltrans environmental team has analyzed to identify potential impacts. So this happens for each of the 9 intersections along the corridor to identify all the impacts for the 2 alternatives. The point of that, in point of then public reviews, to get comments on the project and have people comment or ask any questions. The deadline for public comments is January 8th. If people identify any issues that weren't evaluated in the draft document, the response to comments and additional environmental evaluation will take almost a year in Caltrans schedule all the way out to October of 2024. This schedule that you see is kind of the conservative, I like to think is the worst case scenario, but definitely a conservative schedule. We hope to move faster. After an environmental document is completed, the preferred alternative will be selected, and then we go into final design. A few years for design, and then we'll be, the whole time while it's in design, we'll be meeting with local residents and folks who are impacted at the specific locations and refining the designs. And we'll also be going after funding for construction. We anticipate to phase the project with 9 intersections. That's a lot. The first 3 intersections that we're looking at are San Venancio, Crowded Terre, and Laurel Escrade. So if we are able to successfully secure funding, we could start construction by 2028 and take a few years to get the construction done. There are 3 public hearings scheduled. The first one is on the 15th at Laguna Seca. The second one is in Salinas on the 16th at the Salinas Armory. And then the third one is at the Monterey Conference Center. All 3 of them are from 3 to 7 p.m. And that concludes my presentation. I just want to also point out, we've been lucky enough to arrange for the California Transportation Commission to be meeting in Monterey in June of 2024. So we'll follow up with some opportunities to participate with that. It's a great opportunity to meet our state regulatory funding decision makers and share with them our projects and our transportation needs. So thank you.
That's at the conference center
We haven't confirmed that yet. We're still going to have to work on the location.
Cool. Awesome.
That's where we're hoping.
It's a win nonetheless. Thank you for the presentation. We'll bring it to the council for any questions. Councilmember Hoppa.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank Councilman Ed for his service on TAMC. We appreciate it. We know you represent us well there.
Welcome.
Mr. Muck, I've got a couple questions about 2 different projects that, well, one is a project, one is not a project yet, but the General Gym, South Boundary Road connection, that's something that is very important for Delray Oaks and for the city of Monterey in terms of our long-term plans for the former Fort Ord. And I know in Fort Ord, Sunset, we set aside some money. I believe it was $6 million. It wasn't enough. And there was also a lawsuit which was sort of slowing things down, but I believe that's been resolved. Could you just give a brief update? Is there anything happening with that potential project, and what do we need to do here to try to advance that?
The funds were when FORA was dissolved, the funds were given to the city of Delray Oaks. So it is a local project in kind of the way we look at things. It's the city's project, and then the city of Monterey also is connected. So you have a partnership, hopefully, with City of Delray Oaks to complete the project. That's where TAMC is the facilitator more than the lead on the project. So in the past, I've talked to Delray Oaks city managers about how potentially to fund the deficit for that. We talked with them about a roundabout alternative at South Boundary Road versus the original signal alternative. The goal was to get through that lawsuit with the California native, I missed the title, wildflowers, because it was seaside birdsbeak was the main species that was being impacted. And so that being resolved, I think allows it to move forward. We'll be there to assist in identifying potential grants and helping to work on grant applications as needed, and see what the cities want to do. And it kind of depends on the development around that area as well.
Thank you. And then the second thing is not a current project, but just to kind of alert you to a concern of our residents that live in the Skyline area, that the intersection of Skyline and Highway 68 is an area of concern in terms of safety. And I think there's an interest in trying to look at how to make that safer. I met with kind of the regional director for Caltrans, and it seems like there's a possibility, but the city of Monterey and TAMC would have to probably take a lead on doing that. What sort of would be the way forward for our community if we are interested in looking at that?
That's another example where the city would be the lead on a project, because it doesn't meet the crash warrants or the criteria that raises to a level for Caltrans to take the lead. It becomes a local project, and you go through the whole Caltrans process, which is significant. And our role again as a facilitator, we can help the city. We can look at potential fund sources if there's a project identified, but it's essentially a local issue that's connecting to the state highway.
Okay, so if that's something we want to move forward with, you would help us identify grants, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Garcia. Thank you. Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. So I think first I just want to highlight, I've had the privilege of working alongside your team for a few years now, and very impressive team in terms of all the work that's being done throughout the region. I think very, careful thought about how this work could impact communities in general, a variety of communities, and something that I really appreciate is the commitment to get community involved. That's part of the reason why I really enjoy the work that I do, but I really enjoy working with your team because it's just a great team, very sensitive to all the needs of communities. I wanted to also highlight, talking about since you mentioned the meeting in Gonzales. You and I have had conversations about frustrations that we might feel in terms of how long sometimes these projects take, and that's something that I come across quite a bit when interacting with community, that there's also that shared frustration. And as a resident, before jumping into the world of transportation, I shared that frustration. I see it on this end now, working in that world, that it's something that many times we try to work around or work with, but there's just many layers to these projects. All that to say that sometimes the public doesn't necessarily, in general, see what's happening behind these projects and the time that it takes, and it's frustrating. But there's always work being done to push these projects forward, and your team does a great job in terms of trying to find those opportunities constantly to move these projects forward. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you.
I did have a question, and I'm not sure if I missed it in the presentation. The project, the Castroville project. What is the timeline again for that project in terms of construction and all that?
Yeah, State Route 156 Castroville Boulevard interchange. It is. We've had 2 time delays to get to construction. And primarily because the second one was because of PG&E not doing the work that they needed to do, and we got a 12-month extension that requires us to go out to bid and have a contractor by June 30th of next year. And right now they're doing the engineering for the utility relocation. Any right-of-way impacts that are identified with that utility relocation need to be resolved by the Caltrans right-of-way team before they can get us right-of-way certification that allows us to go out to bid with the project. So completely get the project certified and ready to list, and then actually list it in under contract. So we have just enough time to get that all done, as long as PG&E work is done by the end of the year here, and should be February or April when it goes out to bid, and we'll hit that June 30th deadline. So any slip ups, we're in trouble. But so far it seems like it's on track.
Awesome. And actually, another question I just remembered. So in terms of the 68 project, Highway 68, the wildlife crossings, what, just a general idea, what is that? What could that look like?
Generally, they're culverts.
Mhm.
They're culverts access under the road. And there's a few culverts there's quite a few culverts already there, but most of them are too small and not large enough for the wildlife that would utilize them. There's the bridge under San Venancio Road that's quite large and has an amazing amount of wildlife that goes under it. We did a corridor study, was the initial thing that was done for this several years ago now. And we had a wildlife biologist team do field cameras that recorded animals crossing the road. And there were surprisingly enough badgers at Badger Flats. There were bobcats and there were all sorts of deer, all the things you'd expect. And so that study identified the hot spots in addition to the roadkill data. And we're trying to locate places that we can enhance existing culverts and to enhance them so that for the wildlife crossing. And when you do something like this, the hard part about it is you think of it's a good thing of the mitigation, improving the wildlife habitat. All of a sudden, it's part of the project, so you're mitigating for your mitigations, and you have to deal with water flow and any plant impacts. So all those things have to be mitigated. So it does kind of compound the project. And but the main thing is to find the locations where the animals are already trying to cross and make it safe for them.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for all the information and all the work that you and your team do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Barber, do you have any questions?
Well, I have one question. I wanted to thank you for all the work that you're doing, and I just see like really a lot of great resolutions for some different issues that are throughout the area, not just here in Monterey, but throughout the whole area, because I'm always up 68 going through the different paths and also by the university as well. But I know you said something about, and I was trying to catch that, 60% go by formula. What formula were you referring to? Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because I think you said 40% was really in the area and then 60% go by formula. What formula are you referring to, please?
Sure. Measure X, the sales tax measure that was adopted and the Transportation Agency administers. It's currently accruing about $38 million a year. And 60% of that goes to the county and cities by formula. It's a formula based on lane miles and population. So as populations change and lane miles may change slightly, that formula gets updated. So that's how the 60% is distributed. The 40% goes to the regional projects that are listed in Measure X and were listed in the material that voters voted on.
Right, but the other is by lane miles and population. That's what I was trying to catch. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Todd. I wish you could be here for another hour because the depth of the projects is pretty amazing. I would encourage those that are interested to know more to participate and watch the Zoom meetings for Transportation Authority or the agency that is on the last Wednesday of every month. So that's where you can really dial in and get up to speed. I wanted to highlight in part, it's kind of an answer to Gino was talking about the length of time for projects. And I would say before I got on the council in 2014, I had no patience, and getting onto the council, I have tremendous patience. I really do. And being in TAMSI and knowing that we see an idea and a solution in a project that requires the board, the entire board, to realize that we have to have patience because this is construction and overlaid with environmental and species habitat. So just 156, I wanted to highlight. Once upon a time, many years ago, my wife and I and family lived in Prunedale. And I dreamed that someday there would be a solution for 156. Well, we're on the cusp of that. It required special legislation, habitat species mitigation, environmental mitigation, design, funding. On this one, maybe some property adjustments, but there's frequently property acquisition, which is negotiations, lawsuits, community education, then the construction. So the timelines for these large projects, from the ideas to get it to the point where we have the ribbon cutting, are almost all very, very long and extended periods of time. And lead agencies such as Caltrans, we're one of 58 counties in California. So sometimes we have to wait in line. So they have to see it as important too. And I would say, just double back, one of the reasons we get the projects done in Monterey County is in part because of the staff of TAMSI, the leadership of TAMSI, and the fact that they have always fostered a strong relationship in District 5 with Caltrans, as well as strong relationships with the Department of Transportation in Sacramento. So kudos to you and your profession and everything you do. And kudos to the rest of the board that serves on TAMSI, that we all care about our communities, but we also, this is a very unique board. We hardly ever have disputes over territory and jurisdictional. There's a lot of sacrifice that goes on with a board like TAMSI, where people work together for the greater good of the transportation piece within the county and not just a city. So it's just a very unique place. Very much enjoy serving on the board because we get stuff done. And you talked about Measure X. You explained a little bit to Dr. Barber, and that was great. There is lots of material to read on that if anybody's interested on Measure X, but I want to give kudos to former Supervisor John Phillips, Jerry Edelin, former mayor of Delray Oaks, and the three of us were co-chairs of Measure X. And thank you to the community that voted and passed that, because many of these projects would not have happened had we not had Measure X funding to seed and start and get projects a little further along. So thank you to the voters who support it. And thank you for your patience, community, as you try and navigate through these projects. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
I should have left you for last. That was a nice closer.
I thought I was last.
Just a few questions regarding the 68 corridor. So we're looking at the two alternatives at each of the intersections. Is there a sense of how TAMSI feels in regards to what that looks like? I imagine that there's potential for us to maybe do some mix and matching. What is your thought in regards to what the future of that looks like, even though we haven't gone through the analysis yet?
Well, with the draft EIR just hitting the streets, we don't have any preference between the two options at this point. It really does come down to getting the public feedback and going through the final process before a final preferred alternative gets selected. Mixing and matching will probably be in some way more of phasing. And if it was the roundabout alternative, you have to be careful about the coordination between signals and roundabouts. So you wouldn't want a signal roundabout. You'd want a quarter of roundabouts. So you'd have the flow, take some of the advantages of what roundabouts provide. So some of those decisions will come down later. Right now with environmental document, it's more about what are the environmental impacts and making sure we're mitigating them.
And then what does, let's say we do keep traffic signals, what does an improvement to the traffic signals look like?
It's really widening the intersection, adding additional through lane or additional right turn lane, adding more lanes that go through the intersection, because it's all about how many vehicles can you get through that crossing of roads versus the existing situation where people take turns as they have a red light or a green light. And if you have more lanes in the signalized intersection, you have more room for people to get through the intersection.
And then how does future growth go into the environmental analysis?
So the projects are designed to go out at least 30 years of travel demand, and that is based on the adopted AMBAG regional travel demand model. So it looks at local traffic counts as they're designing on the movements of vehicles at the intersections, who's taking rights and lefts out of intersections. But the volumes are based on the regional travel demand model.
Okay. And then a final one is when I first, early on when I moved here, I was paying attention to the discussions around rail. And one of the routes that was indicated by TMC was something along the corridor, the 68 corridor. And so I'm just wondering what happened to that. There was something from Salinas to Monterey.
Salinas to Monterey was not along Highway 68. The access to Salinas is through the Monterey branch line out to Castroville and then over to Salinas.
Okay.
We did, after we purchased the branch line, we did an alternatives analysis between bus rapid transit and light rail. And the board did direct staff to go after light rail, but the federal funding for large projects disappeared. And after that point, we stepped back and looked at what we could do with the potential money available that would provide benefit in the bus rapid transit. The current SURF project is where we're at with that. We do have a long range state rail plan, and that includes rail service along the Monterey branch line and a connection between the Monterey Peninsula and Santa Cruz through Castroville and Pajaro. But that is decades away if it ever comes to fruition.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for that.
You started something, so let me add to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
As a nexus, the rail piece, I also serve on the rail subcommittee.
Mhm.
And so when it's the right time, as we get a little closer after maybe the Pajaro process, we could have Christina come in and give us a presentation in terms of, what does it look like in terms of future rail? I think there's always been this thought that, well, maybe there's light rail that comes in on the rec trail area all the way to the wharf. And I think there's many years for the future to talk about as light rail does its expansion, but there's nothing in the immediacy in terms of that. But we're working more on the Salinas route southbound and Pajaro Gilroy avenue to get people connected. But right now there's no specific plan about where light rail would terminate or where it would start and finish.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's more to add to that.
Absolutely. And just to kind of make it relevant for the city, I think the plan is there was phase 1 and phase 2 of Window on the Bay. And so the idea is to acquire the properties that exist within the phase 2 where there's some current commercial spaces there. But given the amount of time that it looks like we have before anything like that comes to fruition, I think it's kind of in the hopper there. So appreciate the discussion, the dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Muck.
Thank you. I'm going to leave a stack of these for the environmental review, and they are getting mailed to residents between South Salinas and Highway 1 along the corridor. So folks that live on the corridor are going to get one in the mail. Otherwise, anyone for the public here, I'll leave a stack.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then with that, we will open it up for public comment. And so I would just ask for folks that are in the chamber to either stand up, to line up at the podium or raise your hand. Or if you are on Zoom, to use the raise hand function. And is there anybody else in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? All right, I only see the one. And we'll do a countdown for folks online for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we'll close it off. It looks like we have one person online, and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Yes, hello, Kevin Dayton, Monterey resident, and I wanted to give a positive note to the city of Monterey. I've been on the Measure X Oversight Committee since the beginning. In fact, I was the chair for the first 2 years. And one of the things that is in the annual report, that if you take a look at it, you'll see that we have a compliance chart where we have columns and rows listing the 12 cities and the counties and all the things that you have to do to show that you're complying with what was in Measure X. And if you don't do that, TMC has been real good about telling the local governments, we'll cut off your money. So it has worked well. And I wanted you to know, here is what the latest chart looks like. And you have complied all 6 times So congratulations. You're one of 4 of the 12 cities. The others are Delray Oaks, Gonzales, and King City. And also Monterey County has been in full compliance. So thank you. I'm proud to be in a city that is always getting its stuff in on time and is fulfilling voter desires when they pass this. Thank you.
Thanks for the positive news there. And with that, we will take it online.
We'll call on our telephone caller. So please go ahead.
Yes, I'm concerned that Measure X funds are being squandered on projects such as the surf. I mean, that is an enormous expense, environmental devastation, and all for 15 minutes of faster service. I think it would be better used to bring the train back to Monterey, carpooling, and also providing more MST buses from Highway 68 to Salinas and to Monterey on a regular basis. Now there's none. I take the bus regularly from Monterey to Carmel Valley just to try to do my part for climate change. And it's hell. It's very, very difficult. They've made it more difficult this last year. Now the bus service is just, it's noisy and it's just unpleasant. And I noticed that none of my city council members seem to ride the bus. So I'm just encouraging, there used to be a great carpool service. I called Tamsi, I talked to Todd, I told him my concerns about MST, and he said that they had nothing to do with MST. They had no influence over MST, but yet they're doing this surf project. So I would really encourage Tamsi to start reinstating the marvelous carpool program that they had years ago, where we could literally get a ride in a day daily up to Santa Cruz and back. I did. And so I find the transportation here more and more impossible, not better. And I think that needs to be greatly improved. And that's basically bringing very, very important. All of you start lobbying Biden for the train money. He's advertising it and saying we have train money for the cities that want it. And none of you seem to write letters and ask Congressman Panetta to help you bring back the train to Monterey. That would transport thousands of people here, the thousands that are now driving and causing the gridlock at Highway 1 in the mornings, hourly standstill traffic. And it's poisoning our city. And it's you've got to do more for that. Okay, it's very important. And please, all of you, ride the bus, even though it's hell, and support it and try to make it better. Thank you.
Right. And with that, we will close public comment. I would just reiterate, I think I understood that we are going to be having a presentation specifically on the bus. And when is that coming?
11/21.
11/21. So next council meeting. So for folks that are interested in that, we'll dive into a deeper conversation there. And with that, thank you. All righty. Next, we'll go to public hearing item number 23. First reading by title only of an ordinance to amend the city zoning ordinance to authorize and regulate a limited number and type of cannabis business and rezone multiple parcels to include a cannabis business overlay district exempt from CEQA per Public Resources Code section 21083.3 and state CEQA guidelines section 15183. With that, I will pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just looked up when we started talking about this effort of bringing forward the cannabis ordinance, and it was, I believe, in sometime in 2020 when we charted out the roadmap to come to this point today. With that, it's again Matthew Bugard, who can not only designate Mills Act properties, but who can also talk about the cannabis ordinance. And so with that, I think Matt and Nat have put together a presentation that will give us a general overview, and then Matt will go into some of
Wait,
the
which one?
details.
I'm just kidding.
It's the Matt and Nat show.
Hey.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Uslar, and we appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll provide you with an overview of where we are in cannabis, and Matthew will go through the detail about the overlay districts as well. So we'll kick it off by right away telling you what's being recommended tonight for council action. The first item is to introduce by title only the first reading of the ordinance to introduce a new chapter to the city code, chapter 38, to regulate and authorize a limited number of cannabis businesses, and also rezone a number of parcels to be included in what will be a cannabis business overlay district. The second is to adopt a resolution to accept the planning office determination that this project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. As Hans mentioned with all of you, this roadmap did begin all the way back in September of 2020 with public engagement. We laid the foundation, the groundwork for this topic of cannabis, and there was consensus reached, and the council did authorize the city staff to move forward with development of a regulatory ordinance to go through the environmental review process. And most recently in November of last year, so actually it will be exactly a year today, is when voters approved the cannabis tax measure that is currently in place. So we are getting ready to launch, and what that means in terms of a timeline is that and here's some background on the initial public input process we went through. As we shared with you earlier, developed regulations that essentially allowed for no more than 3 retail permits, 1 each in downtown Lighthouse as well as near Cannery Row. Documents were also prepared, and the cannabis retail tax was approved. This most recent action this year in May of 2023, the council considered the project description for CEQA, and council also in June added the additional retailer on North Fremont Street between Airport Road and Palo Verde Avenue. So for a total of 4 cannabis retailers in the city of Monterey. And then council also provided direction to allow for 2 cannabis related events at the Monterey County Fairgrounds. So that's also incorporated in this draft ordinance that's provided to you tonight. So a little bit of recent background. So Matthew presented to the Planning Commission just a few weeks ago on October 24th, a recommendation to the Planning Commission to recommend to City Council to adopt the draft commercial cannabis ordinance. And tonight is a request and a recommendation for you to consider a first reading of an ordinance and also to accept the CEQA exemption. And before you, at the next City Council meeting on November 21st, we have a few actions. First is to consider the second reading of this ordinance, to also receive a report on the retail application permit guidelines and criteria, to also bring forward to you an ordinance amending the city code to fully recover the costs to administer the cannabis business ordinance, and then also to update the master fee schedule to include the retail application. So the ordinance before you today reviews and goes over the types of licenses, the number of licenses, the location and operating limitations, and the application materials. Council should be familiar with this based on the conversations we've had over the last couple of years, but we're happy to go into detail if you're interested. The recap, again, these are 4 storefront retailers permitted. There's type 10A, that's the adult use, type 10M, which is medicinal, designated in each of the business zones. And then also 1 non-storefront retailer permitted as well, that is a medicinal cannabis delivery. That's either a type M or a type 9A. Also, as part of this ordinance, there is no limit on the number of type 8 businesses, and these are cannabis testing laboratory businesses, as well as the number of distributors, type 11, located outside of the city that distribute cannabis within the city of Monterey. And also, as we shared, this ordinance also includes no more than 2 temporary cannabis event permits that can be issued any calendar year located only within the Monterey County Fairgrounds footprint. All right, now I'll pass this along to Matthew Buggert, who will talk about the parcel rezoning process.
So this is is it on? Okay. This is the overall map of the parcels that would be rezoned under this ordinance. We're going to dive into these a little bit closer. Like Nat has mentioned, there are 4 different locations in which the different storefront retailers would be able to locate. As we go through the map, you're going to see a couple things, one of them being the coastal zone. This ordinance does not include any parcels within the coastal zone and is only within the city. Also, the red lines indicate streets along which the storefront would be prohibited. And so as we go over to the Lighthouse and Cannery Row area, no storefronts would be able to be located along the streets that go from the residential areas down to Cannery Row. There would also be no storefront retailers within the Cannery Row area or facing Cannery Row. Instead, there is one street off on Wave Street. There's a number of C2 parcels there, a commercial zone there. And you'll see some gaps, and the gaps in here, the white squares amongst all the other colors, are primarily VAF parcels, our visitor accommodation facilities, our hotels. Those cannot be rezoned in the same way. And a large box here being the city's parking garage. Yeah, so these would be the Lighthouse specific plan area and the C2 parcels between the Lighthouse specific plan area and Cannery Row. The CB2 parcels would be in the downtown area. This is very similar. Based on council direction, there would be no storefronts facing Alvarado Street. And there's a couple parcels that are also whited out, including both VAF parcels and Jack's Park, which is the large one on the right side. Finally, we have the North Fremont area. Based on council direction, the parcels within the North Fremont specific plan area between Palo Verde Avenue and De La Vina Avenue or Airport Road would be included in this 4th overlay area. Again, the white parcels are VAF parcels associated with the hotels along North Fremont. I will have a caveat on the previous map, and that under state law, there are exclusion areas for where cannabis retailers could not be located. This is a current map as of the past couple weeks. If there are new daycares or schools or youth centers that open, this map may change, and it's why it's not codified within the ordinance. But this is just to get an idea that there are certain areas that cannabis businesses could not be placed in. So there's good chunks of the downtown or along Lighthouse in which it's too close to a school or a youth center based on the state definition for these different areas.
Quick question on this while you're here. Are the parcels that are in these zones that are in the districts that are identified, are they excluded in the colored map from before?
They are not.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because these various operators may change over time. As a application comes through, which Nat will talk about in a moment, citing the different retailers will include this consideration. So somebody that comes through with an application
at
that time, we would check to see if something is in operation there. And since this is a codified ordinance, it's something that needs to be in effect 10 years from now. So if these things change.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Findings that are necessary for this. City Council must find that the zoning regulation amendments are consistent with the policies and purpose of the general plan, including its associated specific plans and zoning districts. The Planning Commission agreed that the findings that this finding could be made. Since it is a retail use, it would be supported within these generally accustomed commercial areas of the city. And that includes each of these areas. The majority of CB1 is included in the Lighthouse Specific Plan area, CB2 in the Downtown Specific Plan area, CB3 on those C2 parcels are commercial parcels near Cannery Row, and CB4 along North Fremont. The findings was that it would generally support local interest and commercial business diversity. Additionally, as part of environmental review, staff prepared a CEQA exemption supporting document for this, which is included as Exhibit A to Attachment 2. And it found that the city's general plan EIR adequately addressed the majority of potential impacts and that no new impacts peculiar to the project would be substantially more severe than those already identified in that EIR. And with that, I pass it back to Nat.
And thank you, Matthew. So as a recap, council will receive a report on the draft application process, approve a master fee schedule on November 21st. We'll have currently the schedule is and subject to change, of course, 45-day retail application screening period that could begin as early as November 27th. And the applications that meet the criteria for permit approval will be scored and ranked by the consulting firm. And for the top 8 storefront applications and up to 3 non-storefront applications to the subcommittee. And that subcommittee, the selection committee, shall be an ad hoc committee comprised of the mayor as well as the vice mayor and staffed by the city manager or designee. And the selection committee will select the final 4 storefront cannabis retailers and 1 non-storefront retailer to be recommended to the city council for approval. And so one of the questions that has come up and we thought you may be interested in is the state of cannabis retail. There has been some concern about will the market hold and what is the demand for cannabis retail in the region. And we have seen, talking with our counterparts in other cities in the county, some slight declines in cannabis revenues, especially with challenges with the illicit market that is out there. There is one cannabis retailer, Urban Leaf in Seaside, that is closed recently, but word from staff is that in Seaside is that there may be one to come in and to replace that location. One in Moss Landing is closed, but the rest in Monterey County are still operational, and this is the current landscape of cannabis retail on the peninsula and points beyond currently. So the recommendation for you this evening is to introduce the ordinance and then also adopt the resolution that accepts the CEQA exemption determination. And happy to answer any questions you might have.
Awesome. Thank you, staff. Thank you both for the presentation. We'll bring it back to the council for questions. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I want to drill down on the staff report under retail permit, section 7-7-09. The staff report outlines the retail permit application requirements of the applicant, and item number 5 is the security plan. I had spoken with the city manager earlier before, and if I could get a little expansion of what the security plan process will look like in the final approval. I'm interested in knowing what level of scrutiny the security plan will have, who will review that, and how do we monitor that security plan with their compliance. Packet page number, would that be helpful?
That would be, yes.
Packet page number 351 and agenda item number 23 says page 19.
And for those that don't have the packet, I'll just share that it's page 9 of 28 of the ordinance.
Yes, this is an item that our police chief has, and he's unfortunately not here to provide detail on the security plan, but what we hope to receive as part of this, this plan is, as it states here in the ordinance, information on what not only design and outline of the layout for each business so that we know exactly what the entry points are, but also the other security elements. We've talked in the past about what does it look like in terms of glass entry doors, what's the storage at the end of the day, what are the procedures for securing the cannabis material in safes, what in access in and out, also what type of security officers, private security officers are there on an ongoing basis, whether that's staffed 24/7 or only during the operational time period. And Hans, I know there were some changes potentially made recently, so I'll ask Hans to.
So section 718 details in greater detail about all the various security requirements. It's titled Retail Cannabis Business Operational Requirements. And the section of security starts on the number 6 and has a very detailed outline of all the various aspects for security. So it's not just on page 19, it's also on page 28 and 29 of
packet page 360. Thank you.
So that's
So the security plan would be included as part of the application, and what's needed within that security plan, there are 6 pages worth of requirements as part of that ordinance. And that was reviewed with the city's police chief.
that's A6, right? Under 7718.
Yes.
You want to take a look at that? Maybe we can come back to you, Councilmember Smith?
No, I read this part. I just wanted to have it verbalized so that the public could see that the security plan is a part of the process for the permit review, and that it is going through the police department. So
yeah, so let me just say a few highlights there to make some points there. There have to be sensors installed at all doors to deck entry, panic buttons with direct notification to the police department, real-time security system. Surveillance records shall be maintained for a minimum of 1 year, shall be made available within 24 hours at the request of the city manager, police chief, or the designee, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a very detailed plan that we created in collaboration, of course, with our police chief and other sources.
And if I understand this correctly too, and Councilmember Smith, if I may just kind of drill down on this a little bit more, a lot of this falls under state law in regards to the requirements of security associated with it too. Is that correct?
Well, we try not to recodify state law since those laws are already on the books. So these are usually criteria that are in addition to what is already required under state law.
Okay.
yeah, surprisingly, the state was silent on much of this. So yeah, that's the only question I had.
Okay. And I see Councilmember Barber, your hand is up.
Yes, so a couple of questions. Now that Ed brought that up, he kind of has me thinking in terms of with the security part, what happens if they are found in violation? Suppose in the beginning they meet all of it, but at some point in time during some sort of inspection or that we are given information that we find that they're in breach of that security piece, what's the recourse there?
We're not, okay.
I think Kristen would be good to answer this if.
Oh, I
No.
think he wants now.
Go ahead.
It's like a hot potato.
Yeah, it's a hot potato.
I'm happy to answer all the
Yeah.
questions. I just don't want to take over the
Yeah,
show.
no, go ahead, Chrissy, please.
Yeah, no, so there's going to be regular inspections, and that's built into the ordinance as well. If there are deficiencies that are discovered during an inspection, there's a number of ways that can be remedied, including an administrative citation. And the expectation would be that they be brought into compliance with the requirements. If
Okay, so,
ongoing failure to comply, then permits can be revoked.
okay,
Denied, and that's set forth in here too.
Yeah, packet page 367 outlines the penalties for violation.
penalties. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on that. The other thing is can you bring the map back up? The one that had the, I think, the orange and the green, all of that dealing with the zoning?
Yes, we can do that. Bear with me just one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
So, and thank you so much for making it that big, because I need that. I wanted to make sure that the zoning overlays that are here, where it shows the orange and the green for the CB1, CB2, and CB3, and all of the rest of them, when we see them, does that mean that anybody can apply in that area, or is that just a buffer? I wasn't clear on that.
So the parcels that are indicated here, the green ones associated with the Lighthouse Pacific Plan area and the C2 parcels, each of them would receive an additional number marker to their zoning, indicating that they're within CB1 or CB3. And if you're in one of those zones, you would be eligible to apply. However, through the application process, combined with the buffer map that was a couple slides up, those considerations for buffers would be considered as part of it. So it would be good before applying to know whether or not you are within 600 feet of one of those sensitive receptors, for instance.
Okay. All right. That kind of answers my question, I guess, with the application process, being able to vet it out a little bit more. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Garcia.
To follow up on Dr. Barber's question, so has there been an analysis done looking at these zoning maps and laying over the buffer? Are there actual properties that would be available?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe I'll focus my attention more specifically on North Fremont, given that it's the area with the least shading. Same question. So again, if you apply the buffer right to this area here, are there possible locations that would be eligible?
So what you see in North Fremont are the VAF zones excluded. That's why you see a lot of white there. That's where all the motels are. And then what is left over are the purple ones.
Yeah, and the buffer zone, the only buffer zone in this area is from Santa Catalina School, and it affects the areas on towards the west. So there would be eligible properties. If you look at the buffer zone here, you'll see this, and it's kind of hard to see, but the buffer zone along Santa Catalina only affects areas that abut Palo Verde Avenue. So if you go back to this map, this we'll have to take a closer look. This parcel may or may not be qualified, but the rest should, based on that buffer zone, because this overview map of the buffer zone here only on North Fremont only shows Santa Catalina School currently, unless new schools open up or something changes in the situation. There will be eligible parcels in North Fremont.
Got it. So basically the top right boundary of that buffer, yeah, right around there is, and it's hard to see on this map, right? But that's pretty much laying right around the off ramp.
That's right.
Onto
Let
Fremont.
me go back.
The Chevrolet's and the gas station.
Got it.
It goes through the travel lodge there.
Yeah, goes through the travel lodge. It may not even affect this parcel here.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Hava?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, the cross streets in the Cannery Row area, what exactly is the rationale for excluding them? It doesn't, I mean, I'm not recalling a ton of residential, units there. Is it just because it's zoned and could have residential or?
So the reason that taking a look at the recording and council member comments at that time in terms of direction, there was a conversation regarding people parking further up on the hill and walking down there and not wanting visitors to be walking directly across the storefront of a cannabis business as you go down to Cannery Row as a family friendly area.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I have no questions at this time. So with that, we will take it out for public comment and we'll follow the same process. I ask those in the chamber to either line up at the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. And for those on Zoom to raise your hand using the raise hand function. And I'll do a countdown for those on Zoom to do a cutoff to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we have those on Zoom. And then those in the chamber, if you can line up at the podium, if you want to remain seating, if you can identify yourself by raising your hand, if you wish to speak on this item. All right, so we have the 4 individuals that are standing now. Nobody else? All right, and we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Oh, I apologize. I didn't do the math thing. So how many do we have online?
1.
Do we have 1? Okay, we should be good then. Okay.
We're good at 3. Yeah, tell them how much time they have.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and the public. My name is John Rico Carr. I spoke during the Planning Commission's meeting on this topic last month. If you didn't get to hear it, I urge you to watch it on YouTube. Tonight, I'm here to speak on the topic and to touch on an important issue. It's great this council is finally moving forward on allowing retail dispensaries. But let me ask you a few questions. After making a decision on behalf of the city, how would you feel if 10 years later, the city manager and city attorney completely ignored your decision? What if those 2 trusted members of staff decided to hide your decision from a future council, from the public? What if they make it seem as if your decision never happened? That's what happened to the 1997-98 council. The 2010 city staff ignored a 1997-98 moratorium on medical marijuana facilities and concealed the fact that it expired without further prohibition. The city attorney was instrumental in the concealment of that moratorium. She concealed the 1997-98 moratorium from the Court of Appeals and the public. She made sure the appellate court justices had no idea of the city's true history regarding marijuana. Every time the city mentions City of Monterey v. Karshimba, like in this ordinance, you are ignoring the 1997-98 council. You are disgracing the work of that council. City staff hid their moratorium while using a second moratorium on the identical issue, all in effort to stop me and other qualified patients from developing a private cooperative. Now that big name real estate companies and big name local families show interest in renting and opening dispensaries, the city is going to issue 4 licenses. But there is no way I can compete with the commercial cannabis today. And the fact is, if I would have been allowed the opportunity to have grown my caregiver, it would have been the longest operating cannabis provider in the county to date. On that note, during the Planning Commission meeting, Davi mentioned a social equity component to this ordinance. I was unable to find anything about social equity in this ordinance. The ordinance does not mention social equity in its definitions. How does it include social equity in this component? Since we are here tonight doing the first reading, Davi, can you tell me on what page of the ordinance is the social equity component located? Thank you for your time.
Your Kaiser again. I did work at Fort Ord for 22 years to try to prevent alcohol and drug abuse, giving the soldiers education and first offenders classes and so forth. And I think we need to be very aware of the dangers of marijuana. I believe a couple of years ago, I did contact one of your staff members on this, and I think I sent them this article by Alex Berenson. It's on marijuana, mental illness, and violence. It's from Imprimis, from Hillsdale College, January 2019. And he was just asking his wife, who worked at this, she's a senior psychologist at a mental hospital in New York. He said, well, do any of the patients in your hospital there who are there for violence and so forth and anger, do any of them smoke marijuana? And guess what she said? All of them, most of their lives. I consider marijuana to be a gateway drug. And if you talk to a lot of cocaine addicts and so forth, and they'll agree with that. And we have to be careful. In Colorado, where they first started having some of the legalization, now they're having increased numbers of emergency rooms, visits with marijuana people and DUIs. And this Berenson mentioned schizophrenia, and we have to be careful about the potency of marijuana. I've even gone online and talked with the cannabis business group with the county, and I've said, about 40 years ago, the strength used to be about 2% THC strength. Guess what it is now? I called up one of the shops in Seaside, and they said, oh, it's about 30% is what we sell, 30% strength, going from 2% to 30%. What is the potential for addiction? That's almost like going, let's say you're drinking beer at 5%, and then you're going to, what do they call it? Firewater almost. And some of those little shot things are 60% alcohol, those little plastic bottles you find out on the street. So I asked them if they could just reduce the strength to 2%. We don't want to have addiction. And I believe one of your police chiefs was commenting in one of these meetings, is there going to be more DUIs with marijuana if you have 4 shops selling this? Seaside has 6 shops, and I think they approved 2 more, but 2 city councilmen said they weren't probably going to be approving any more shops for Seaside because we have too many already. And I believe the military commanders should have said they would disapprove this, because if you're a military person, you go into a shop, you smoke the marijuana, you get a hot urine, you're going to be called into your commander and sent to us for counseling and so forth. They're sent to the program. So please disapprove this whole program. It's not positive.
Well, good evening, esteemed city council members. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I've been an advocate for cannabis retail in Monterey since 2021. I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who's worked diligently on the draft commercial cannabis ordinance, including the current and former city council, our dedicated city manager, and city staff, who have all invested a significant time and effort. I'm excited about the progress and look forward to the ordinance approval for a few key reasons. First, it holds promise for substantial economic benefit for our city. The legalization of commercial cannabis can provide a much needed boost to our revenue, which can then be directed towards vital community projects and services. Second, the ordinance ensures thorough regulation and stringent safety measures for the industry. This promotes public safety and encourages responsible businesses practices, creating a well-regulated source of cannabis products for our communities. Furthermore, the ordinance paves the way for job creation within our city, encouraging the growth of local businesses. I understand there may be concerns and reservations, but it's important to recognize that this ordinance has been thoughtfully crafted to address them and promote responsible growth. Through thorough regulation and the diligent enforcements of the ordinance, we can ensure that cannabis industry integrates seamlessly into our city without causing any undue harm or disruption. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to witnessing the positive impact this ordinance can have in our beautiful city. Thank you.
Kevin Deaton speaking as a Monterey resident. I actually wanted to bring up an issue that it bothers me a little bit. This city council talks a lot about equity. And in my professional life, I have to deal with a situation where a city will try to take a tax revenue generating business from another city. It's very awkward when that happens. I do have my concerns about this because I feel for Seaside and Delray Oaks, who went into cannabis much earlier and needed the money, I would say, in a relative manner, much more than the city of Monterey. I just checked on the budgets here. Delray Oaks is getting 4.9% of its revenue in its proposed 2024 budget from cannabis. Seaside 3%. I did check and confirmed the truth that the amount of money they're getting is going down. I just, as you proceed, boy, I would hate to see those two neighboring cities get into budget problems in the future and say, hey, our cannabis money was cut quite a bit because once Monterey started doing it, we didn't get it anymore. Now, you always have to look out for your own interests, of course. I'm a resident of Monterey, but that's something I've thought about as this has gone along about, whether or not, is this something that we want to do? And what role do we have in thinking about our neighboring cities and their tax revenue? So I just wanted to leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Let's take it online.
I'll call in Joey Espinoza.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joey Espinosa. I'm a longtime cannabis advocate and compliance consultant. Happy to see that we've got this far. I was actually in Monterey at an election party in 2016 when Prop 64 passed. So it's been a long time coming to get to this point. I had a few comments and questions for the council and staff. One comment I had was, and I have commented on this before, I really don't think taxing outside distributors is a great idea. I don't think taxing the wholesalers in general is a great idea because it disrupts the supply chain and there's no other industry where the wholesalers are paying a tax. And I think it could do a disservice to the Monterey retailers to have their distributors tax. It could cause the prices to be higher for them when they purchase, or it'll ultimately be passed down to the consumer because the businesses rarely ever eat those taxes. They always pass it on. So something to think about. One question I had was, will those applying without a location be scored equally to those who are applying with a location? That's a unique aspect of your ordinance that I haven't seen a lot of other cities do before. So getting some information on that would be great. In the staff slide, I think they may have addressed some of my questions regarding the additional elements that will be scored based on the city manager's discretion. So I look forward to that next meeting where maybe we can get some more clarification on what else will be what other criteria will be used, what criteria will the consulting firm be using. It'll be important to know that before you apply. In regards to the general criteria that's outlined in the ordinance, it says it's objective, but I don't think it's very objective in my opinion. I mean, we're probably too far to change that, but when you're looking at like community engagement and some of these other topics, green practices, I think it's hard to keep that objective. It seems like that's going to be a subjective thing, and if it's only based on two council members' opinions, it'll probably be subjectively what they think is a better plan. So I wasn't happy to see that. Last question was in regards to the security records. It stated that you need to keep that for 1 year. For clarification, I was wondering, does that include the actual video footage? State law requires you to keep it for 90 days, 24/7 footage. So I'm just curious if they're going to be required to have 24 hours of security footage for up to a year, which would be a significant amount of storage. Otherwise, though, I'm happy we've gotten this far, and I look forward to being a part of the process as it moves forward. Thank you.
No further comments on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. I think maybe it might be helpful to start off with answering some of the questions that came up in public comment. And I think the first is if those that are applying with a location and without a location have the same opportunities. I think that ties a little bit to the comment made earlier around social equity. And I think that's how we looped in social equity. So although it may not be written in the ordinance explicitly, I think that that's the objective in regards to including a social equity element of the ordinance, but I'll leave it to staff to answer that.
Right, that's correct. I did explain to the planning commission, and I'll reiterate now that there's many different forms that social equity can take. And our understanding was that it's a disadvantage to those that have less money or less connections potentially in the community to be required to have a lease in place or a property pre-approved at the time of the application. So if you maybe have more money, you're wealthier, you got better connections, you're going to land grab before the application period opens up. And so the social equity component, although it doesn't say that word in the ordinance, is that we are not requiring applicants to have a space under a contract at the time of application, and they will be scored equally with those that do or do not have one. And the determination of allocating those is also set forth in the ordinance based on the ones that are approved, then get to go find their spot.
Okay, and then I think there was a question around the selection criteria and how we came up with those. I'm not sure if there's much of a response there, but
Yeah, we've we looked at several other cities and what their criterias include, and as you can see, we ask for experience. What are the businesses' training, wages, benefits. We discussed sustainability, of course, as well as community engagement, accounting software. There's also additional criteria that we've incorporated, what we call general ranking criteria, and these are objective criteria that can be added as part of the objective review, and that includes local business partnerships or sustainable business practices. So it will be very clear in the application process what the criteria is. We'll reference it back to the ordinance, of course, and it's outlined in the ordinance.
and then there was the question around security plans on the video footage for a 1-year period. Is that an expectation as far as data storage?
As written, it is for 1 year.
Okay. Okay. That might be something that we want to look at, but I'll leave that to the council to talk about.
I think we felt we went over that again. It was part of the review process where our police was involved with that, and storage is something that you can store on the cloud, so just because someone doesn't like it doesn't mean that we still shouldn't require it. So that's was intentionally done. So I just want to explain that where we come from. That.
Okay. And then I think there was a comment around transparency and about our decision tonight and just knowing whether it's going to be something that's the future of the community can know and we can trust that it's going to be there. So I'm just hoping staff can communicate or clarify in regards to public records and how those are handled so that folks have an ability to be able to go back and look at the council meeting tonight and the records that exist for it. So I'm not sure who best to speak to that.
We will continue to have, and since we launched the cannabis program and the outreach as part of the step 1 in 2020, we've utilized Have Your Say Monterey, and that's always been the place and the website where every single public meeting has been posted with video, every agenda report, and candidly, every single email that comes in relating to cannabis from any member of the public, we post on the website for full transparency. And that will continue to be used as a location where people can get up-to-date information over the next few months as we continue down the path of and down the roadmap, as well as looking back once businesses have been established.
All right, awesome. Thank you. All right, we'll open up to council for motion deliberation, however we want to go through this. Who wants to start us off? Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, if the council wanted to allocate a certain percentage of the potential revenues from this to a particular purpose, let's say affordable housing and rental assistance, would this be the time to do that? Should it be in this ordinance or would that come later?
That's a budget policy and that's not part of this ordinance. Different councils may have different budget policies, so we shouldn't codify this here. But that's absolutely something that the council has spoken about quite a few times in the past, and that's something that you can direct as part of your responsibilities with respect to fiscal allocation of funds. Absolutely.
But is it something we could add into the ordinance? The reason that I ask that is I do think there's a social equity component to that and that it does address some general social equity concerns.
You could codify it, but that is probably the less flexible way.
If I could just back up a little bit. So the revenue that will be coming in is from the tax that was already passed, and that is a general tax, not a specific tax. So it doesn't dedicate anything to any particular source. So we cannot now change that voter decision through another ordinance, but you can, like city manager saying, budget a certain percentage of that to wherever you like. Maybe that is housing, maybe it's something else. So it's completely discretionary how you fund it. But the tax itself that passed is a general tax, not a specific tax.
I guess I'm pretty sure I asked that when we were formulating the tax and I was told it would be something we would be able to do later. So it's a little bit.
You can do it
disappointing
later
here that
as in whenever you're adopting a budget, you can say, I want 25% of the.
But that's something that could be changed in the next year. You know, it would not have any sort of sustainability to it, unfortunately. But it seems like we're kind of in that space right now.
Anything else from? We can do comments too at this point. I think it's we're done with public comment at this point.
Sure. So there were a lot of good public comments. I want to thank you for John Rico Carr. I do hear your concern about social equity, and I would encourage you to apply that. You know, I heard you say you don't think you can compete, but I think you should compete. I do think, from my point of view, I think the social equity component is not so much about trying to fix the past, but so much more, it's more about trying to look to the future in the way that I think you just heard me speaking. I just want to say I'm really glad we are moving forward with this. To me, this is a question about it's about allowing businesses and customers to be able to engage in commerce that they want to engage in, that if we don't want to engage in it, we don't have to. We heard a lot about kind of liberty and government not getting in the way earlier tonight. I think this is a good example of you know, where government should not be getting in the way. We got in the way too much for way too long, and a lot of people's lives were destroyed, and that's not right. So I'm just really excited. We are moving forward with this. I think the ordinance is written. I'm ready to support it.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Councilman Garcia.
Just I guess in agreement with Alan here. It's been a long time coming, and I think there's some pretty good opportunities here for the city. And yeah, not much else to say, but I'll support the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I want to ask a couple questions on the selection process. Under 7.711, packet page 352, talks about retail competitive application review, selection, and wait list. I'm just curious why the proposal here is that the selection committee is including the selection committee shall be an ad hoc committee comprised of the mayor and the vice mayor and staffed by the city manager or their designee. Why would we want to go the route of having an ad hoc and the mayor and a vice mayor be involved in the selection process for the applicants?
The thought is that the city council has the final decision, and we would treat this almost as a council subcommittee rather than a staff-led committee. Other approaches we've discussed has during past council meetings has been, do we have a consultant go through the selection process from the beginning to end, and that was not recommended either. So this was a compromise between having a third party who understands and has gone through applications before, understands criteria, what to look for, to provide recommendations on the top businesses, cannabis retail applications, and then have the mayor and vice mayor serve as that second review group, and then council make the final decision. So that was what was recommended based on a number of, as I've shared with you earlier, other practices and a compromise between getting a consultant involved, but also having council have its say as well.
So if you looked around at the neighboring cities, as an example, Seaside, Carmel, Delray Oaks, do they involve their city councils for selection of an applicant?
They do. And Hans, go ahead.
Yeah, so the idea why the answer is yes for Seaside. I believe the answer is yes for Delray Oaks. I'm not aware about how Carmel doesn't have one. It's in the county.
Well, the county.
It's in the county. The council, the previous council, was very clear that they all wanted to have a say in the final selection process. And so without checking in with the current council, it was very clear to us that every council member in the previous council wanted to make sure that they have part of that responsibility. And that's how we have set up the ultimate selection process, so that ultimately all 5 of you have a chance to weigh in and share with the community and with staff what you think and where you see potential challenges, or what you see as good of that. So that's part of the selection process that at the end, I felt it was important for us to go back to the sentiments expressed by the previous council, which I felt were also probably absolute good assumptions to make for the current council, that you all wanted to have your say in the ultimate decision of the operators.
So just a couple thoughts about that. I think, yes, the council would have the ultimate decision if it was staff generated with the applicants, and then the council made the selection in front of the public. The concern I have is that the 2 members of the council are in the process, in the selection process, acting as a, quasi perfunctory staff level. And then it comes to the ultimate group of the city council. And then the council then is deciding and then affirming the recommendation of the ad hoc. The concern I have is the advocacy that the applicants may have with an elected and the council campaign donations. I mean, I always look at ways of separation, of not getting too involved in what staff should do, and then preserve that position with the whole council as a body, because great ideas come from the 5 as we debate from a diversity and opposite positions. So the concern I have is putting a mayor and a vice mayor in a position where they're getting involved in such a close level at the preparation before the full council makes that selection. So I just like to hear other thoughts from the other council members, if they like that council vice mayor, or the mayor, vice mayor being in the selection process, or if there's another avenue that might be the first step before it comes to the full council.
So I hadn't really thought.
So-
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
real
Mayor,
quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure we can go around and debate that. I just want to make sure that Dr. Barber has a chance to go. So,
Well, yeah, you too.
but
yeah.
if you want to finish up any other questions, comments you have at this time, and then we can go back and drill down on this question here.
That's the only question I have for, I'm going to have a closing comment when it gets time to the motion. But I want to hear from other council members, including Dr. Barber, about this question.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Barber, if you want to respond to that and maybe any other thoughts or questions that you have.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually, before, if I may, start my comments first, and then I'll answer that question. I do appreciate the social equity piece, and I do agree with Councilmember Hoffa that that can look a lot of ways, and I think part of it, and that's why, and I know City Attorney already said that it's not the time to bring it up, but I just want to make sure that we have record of this and what he was bringing up, because I think that does actually address the social equity pieces and helping with rental assistance or affordable housing and being able to use that. So I want to make sure we have record of that so that that doesn't get put to the side or forgotten, because we did talk about this before and we were told to kind of hold off. So we just need to make sure when it's appropriate to be addressed so that it can go into ordinance. So that's very important. And I do appreciate the other constituent that was talking about the cautious, being cautious, because of so many things that are happening in the world. I do understand where you're coming from, and that's why we're taking, a lot of consideration and doing this and having it to be a limited amount of outlets, and then to have the process to go through this more grueling type of complex process. And that leads me into, in the security footage. I think they should have to keep it for a year. I'm with a city manager on that one. It can go in the cloud. It's not like it's back in the, in years before where everything was an actual tape. I don't see anything wrong with that as we begin. And the last thing to answer your question, how I feel about it, I'm fine with the mayor and the vice mayor in the city. My understanding is it's part of city staff and whoever they designate. So you kind of get a combination of the city staff doing their part, but also having kind of like a quasi piece of us being there as well. And then it comes back to us anyway. So I'm comfortable with having the mayor, vice mayor, and city staff and whoever they choose to be able to go through this process. And I think it's important, especially as we start to, crawl with this. I think it's important that we be involved at that early stage. And that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Hoff, I know you wanted to jump in there. I apologize for.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Ed's question. I mean, I hadn't really thought a lot about it, to be honest. It wasn't something that I gave a lot of thought to. I do think you make a good point in the sense that it would be a kind of cleaner process to have staff make a recommendation. The ultimate decision will be council, and I think that is appropriate. So I'm fine with it either way, but I do think there is value in having it be a staff process, making a recommendation, and then all of council making the final determination.
I'll respond also. So I think I'm okay with having mayor and vice mayor sit in. I think there are mechanisms that could make it a little bit less, what's the word I'm looking for? To reduce that connection to the actual applicant, right? By just, I don't know, doing like a scoring matrix or something like that, where that the process is a little bit more about the content of the application rather than the individual who's applying. So I think that's, I think I'd be comfortable with that. And also, if I'm understanding correctly, staff would be a part of that as well. So as long as I think, there's those individuals involved, I think I would be fine with that.
Okay. I just wanted to be able to provide general comments, particularly in regards to the concern around our neighbors' revenues and the impacts of that. It's definitely something that's crossed my mind, and I want to be mindful of our relationship with our neighbors. Though I think that the single most important issue in the region, I think that we continue to have about on this council and otherwise is around housing. And in as much as we seemingly at this point can't permanently allocate funding from the cannabis revenue to housing, I think that this council stands strong in support of ensuring that we find support for programs that further amplify housing. And so with this additional revenue, we help, I think, alleviate some of the impacts that have been put disproportionately on our neighbors like Seaside, to make sure that we're doing our part and making sure that we're providing housing for our workforce. So I just wanted to be able to respond to that quickly because I think it's a relevant point, though. I think what we can do with those dollars can be significant. And then just in regards to the ask, I mean, I'm open, but I also think that the staff recommendation is pretty solid. And so with that, I'll go ahead and just make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, so we'll go round. Any last comments?
Yes, there. I still think that having a committee with the city manager and the designee and the mayor and the vice mayor is the wrong move. But further than that, I want to say that I want to be consistent. My consistency has been, I don't think we should be involved in the business. I don't make a judgment in terms of someone wants to go to another city. I don't know if we've got somebody yelling in the background or if that's yeah, a duck has visited our property. You know, people have their choices and there's obviously plenty of choices to go not very far away. 8, 9, 10, 11 stores, you know, very short distance. So I just think that there's ample choices for folks to go. And I just disagree that using our zoning and going through all the work that we've gone through this last 3 years with the many council meetings and thousands of hours of staff time, just to me is not worth it. I still disagree with it. I won't support it. I will make the comment that I think that the staff report captures probably 95% of, if I was going to agree, I would say it's in there, and I'll point to the robust security piece that's very important to me, and just disagree with the fact that we're getting involved in the business. And I think actually in the future was probably going to prove that it's going to be negative. It's going to be revenue neutral or close to, and there won't be that much money that is coming to be used for anything else that you choose to. So I think there's plenty of places for people to go, and I wish that we were not making this such a big emphasis in Monterey. I think it's the wrong direction.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I'll just say I respect Ed's position and I respect his consistency. I'm also consistently supportive of people's individual rights here to purchase cannabis, to sell cannabis. I don't think we should be getting in the way of that. And I think we have an opportunity to benefit the city, to help with our housing situation and rental situation, and that this can be a vehicle to do that. So I'm very excited about moving forward.
Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, with that, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Where's my sheet? I'm writing on the back of it.
Where's my
Okay.
sheet?
Councilmember Barber,
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes. All righty. Thank you all. Appreciate all the public input. And can we reiterate what the next steps are? So we'll be releasing the RFP and folks can apply.
We will come back to council with the second reading. We'll have the and then the other two steps.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. Thank you, everybody. And with that, we are going to go back to item 21 from our afternoon session. It was continued to this evening because we couldn't get to it. So don't feel like you have to stay, by the way, if you're not interested in the rest of our agenda. Item number 21 is provide direction to staff about vehicle storage facilities and small scale wholesale distribution and storage uses in the IR zoning district that have a multifamily housing overlay zoning designation. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a presentation by Kim Cole. It's a timely request from us to weigh the input that the council has to give us about this topic, and we bring this to you as part of a conversation we had with property owner on that side, and we felt jointly that it was good to check in with you and see where we should go with this topic.
Thank you very much, Mayor Williamson and Council. We're looking for direction this evening about vehicle storage uses in the IR zoning district, and specifically those areas with the multifamily housing overlay. And I'll describe that in more detail. So why are we here? A development team has expressed interest in building a new Monterey Motorsport Park #2 at 2400 Garden Road. This would actually be the third such facility in the city of Monterey. There are two successful projects that have been constructed in the city. This site is off, I believe it's at 2969 Monterey Salinas Highway, off of Highway 68 there. The other one is on Lower Ragsdale. And they're basically vehicle storage spaces that sometimes have flex space above them. For you can see this particular example includes car storage, and there's chairs up above where people can possibly congregate as they work on their cars. But how did we get here? In 2018, the city amended the zoning code to allow vehicle storage uses subject to a use permit. The reason for that was that we had a vacant lot on Lower Ragsdale that they had been trying to develop for a long time. And this was proposed as a new business type that the city should consider. So that zoning code amendment went into effect, and then ultimately those two facilities were constructed. A completely different developer came in 2019, Mr. Brad Salama, and looked to rezone the lower half of Garden Road, the portion of Garden Road between Garden Road and Highway 68 for multifamily housing uses. And so these were really two different efforts, two different ideas that were being proposed. The idea to rezone Garden Road has really taken off. I mean, in terms of development proposals. And what I'm showing, hopefully you can see this. This is from our housing element, looking at pipeline projects. We have one project under construction at 2600 Garden Road for 64 housing units, of which 20% will be dedicated. We have three others in the works, 2000 Garden Road, 2600 Garden Road, and 2560 Garden Road. All of those have approved projects, but Mr. Salama is reconsidering the exact prototype. And that's pretty important because what this map shows is the council knows we've done a pretty exhaustive site analysis to look at housing opportunities in our community in relationship to the housing element. And we're trying to locate future housing sites for 3,654 housing units, which is a tremendous number. And while you see we've taken a broad brush, we've looked at all the infill sites and Lighthouse, downtown Del Monte, and North Fremont. Garden Road plays an important part of future infill opportunities. So the draft housing element includes a policy to eliminate vehicle storage and small-scale wholesale distribution and storage uses in the IR district. And the reason for that is there is quite a bit of demand for these types of uses, but they're going to be potentially removing opportunities for future housing. And from staff's perspective, Garden Road appears to be an important resource to meet the city's RHNA obligations. Of course, the challenge to development on Garden Road is that we're underproducing the amount of housing that we could produce. On the sites that Mr. Salam is looking at, they've been reduced by about 100 to 150 units of additional housing that he was willing to construct because he's having to reduce his development potential down to the available water credits on site. And this is particularly challenging with the site we're looking at, the one that the developer's looking at for this vehicle storage site, because it even has less water credits than some of the ones that we're working on in other places. So what we're basically asking for you today is that, there's a potential conflict in policy direction. We have current law that says that they could apply for a use permit to put in the vehicle storage facility. But we're just about on the precipice to have our housing element adopted in the new year. And the developer would expend a lot of money to put together the acquisition, the development teams. And so there's quite a bit of risk there. So we thought we should check in with the city council, see what your thoughts are about this vehicle use versus housing. We also have Mr. Lostrom in attendance, and I think he can provide a much broader perspective of some of the issues he's encountering.
All right, perfect. Thank you for the presentation. Bring it to the council for any questions.
Just a quick question on the numbers. Kim, I remember when we were going through the housing element and the projections of RENA, and we had, forgive me if this is butchered, but a surplus or an over the 360.54 number that got us to that cushion. What was the term called when you had?
HCD is looking for a buffer.
Yeah, a buffer. Okay. So a buffer in numbers. If this were to go to a vehicle storage property and that was a loss of units, say 64 units, 75 units, how would that impact that buffer number?
It would continue to decrease. The buffer would continue to be reduced. And the tough position you're going to be in the new year is there's political pressure to eliminate additional housing on Fort Ord. We've actually reduced that in the draft housing element we sent to the state from 2,100 units to 1,500 units because we've been focusing more and more on infill and just double checking all of our math. It will probably push more units out to Fort Ord if we remove the units on Garden Road.
And the buffer number over the RENA number was how much more?
We had a buffer, it was 5,000, I think 100 housing units in the housing element or for the buffer and a total of 3,654. So it's the difference between those two.
The difference between
5,100 and 3,654.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, it was about 14 and change in the buffer. Okay. That was the only question I had.
Okay, Dr. Barber, any questions?
No questions. I just have comments at the end.
Okay, Councilman Garcia.
Just wondering if you might have a sense if there might be appetite from the developer to build this type of facility somewhere else in the city. And I guess the more specific question, why this specific area?
So I think there's two different factors here. You have a property owner and Mr. Lostrom can, he's looking at the future of this property as a property owner. And then you have a potential teaming up with Mr. Borelli Investments who actually built the other two facilities. So as you look to develop properties, it's bringing together the property owner with the development team. And this is one option for this property.
So more specifically, I guess, is there another part of the city that's zoned for this type of facility?
So right now, all of Ryan Ranch, a lot of the parcels along Highway 68 and Garden Road are all zoned for IR. And this type of facility could be allowed with the use permit.
Okay. Thank you. Well, no questions, just comment.
Perfect. Okay. And with that, we'll take it out to the public. So if anybody in the chamber wishes to speak on this item, if you could just either line up at the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. Perfect. So we have 2 in the chamber, and then folks online, if you can use the raise hand function. I'll do a countdown, do the cutoff for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 people online. Okay, so we'll start in the chamber.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ernest Lostrom. I'm one of the partners that bought this property. We want to thank you for taking the time to give this consideration so we can give us guidance. I own about 6 properties in Monterey, and everything that we've developed, we've always worked with the city in the beginning instead of trying to fight the city. It's so much easier. And so we appreciate that. We also, before we purchased the property, we had meetings with Hans and with Kim, and they were very generous with their time and explained this all to us. And so we're again grateful for the opportunity. The issue that we have is the IR zoning is the zoning that allows this particular use, but there's really no available land anymore. Community hospital, Ryan Ranch is built out. Garden Road is built out. There's no available land anymore in the county. In the city area, that's that zone that I'm aware of. And I've been doing this for 35 years. We bought this particular property with the specific intent to build another one of these projects. And what I think is in the packet that was before you, there were 2 alternatives. And I think there's a third alternative. And I think the third alternative would be if the council would support this project, there are reasons why I think that it would be worth consideration. The first is that it would demolish two existing buildings that are very old, very tired, not very pretty. Replace them with new modern buildings that have more utility. And yes, they do use them for car storage, but they also put businesses in there. The building at Ryan Ranch and the building on Highway 68 next to Dole. Both of those projects have businesses in them and people operate their businesses on a day-to-day basis out of those facilities. So it's a place for create jobs, a place for small businesses to locate. We also have a great deal of demand for this kind of space. That's why we want to do another one. And we've looked long and hard before we found this property. Lastly, I would just want to say, if you don't support the project, housing is not really an option for us because there's no water. We can't spend money and time on a project hoping someday to get water. And we appreciate all that the city's been doing to try to find new water. I mean, you guys have you've been heroes, but there's no promise of water. And we need a promise of water or a guarantee of water before we could even think about doing a residential project on this site. So if this is not something that you would want, our alternative is probably cut our losses, sell these 2 buildings to owner users, and they'd become just little business buildings for local businesses. So that's kind of where we are. So I don't think we have the option of building housing here today because there's no water. If you have any questions for me, I will be here and be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Dayton, Monterey resident, speaking as a private citizen. First of all, it's great that the city has this kind of dilemma about what to do with land that somebody wants to develop. You're not like Stockton or somewhere else, which is, struggling to deal with old blighted buildings. But I look at this and I say, it's sort of framed in a way of you can either do one or the other. And it would be great if you gave a direction to staff to say, can you figure out some sort of way that there's compatibility so that you can do both here? And, Mr. Borelli, who is the investor in this, and I haven't talked to him about this, but, when we, a few years ago, the city of Salinas put out a Lincoln Avenue corridor specific plan to redo that whole section, he submitted a big proposal that included housing in it and mixed use activity. And he builds things in places like San Jose that do this. And I have no idea if there's, especially the water issue, there's no way to resolve that. But I hate to see somebody buy land and say, we're going to do a project here. And then the city says, well, we're going to have to change the zoning, so you can't do it after all. Is there some way for the city to achieve both of its goals so that everybody wins? So that's just my thinking about it. I'm not an expert on this particular matter, but that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take it online.
Calling first on Esther.
Good evening again. I agree with what Kevin was just saying. I strongly suggest that a mixed use version be an alternative to more car condos when we have, plenty of people that need housing, and the car condos that we have already were questionable. We were like, really, we were putting cars in places where we can't house people, and we don't have water now, but we are going to have water soon, from my understanding. And soon is 2 years, maybe. So I don't see why we should lock into something that could have opportunity. If we actually do something out in Fort Ord with mixed use and different kinds of homes out there, we could use more businesses along the corridor to get to that area. That would be better use for this than just car condos. I mean, a mixed use is the logical way to go. Obviously, it's private property, and if this owner prefers to sell it to somebody else because he can't do the car condos, then the next person that buys it hopefully will. And by that time, we might have the water already. So I think it would be extremely short-sighted and to go ahead with just locking in the potential of car condos and nothing else. Thank you.
All right, and next we have Ralph Borelli. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Ralph Borelli. I'm the developer of Garage Unlimited Monterey and Monterey Motorsport Park, and we appreciate our partnership that we've had with the city of Monterey, Kim Cole and Hans. We've developed 150,000 square feet of flex condos within the city of Monterey. They've been very well received. I do take issue with calling these car condos. We've developed over 400,000 square feet in San Jose, Santa Cruz, and the city of Monterey, and over 50% of our units have been occupied by businesses that are other than simply car storage. So it's an opportunity to create inventory that has been very well received in the city of Monterey, and it creates jobs and ownership opportunities with SBA financing, and creates ownership opportunities within the city that has been very, very well received. And I will say that that Ernie and I are at that point where, in the event we do not have support from the city, that we're going to go ahead and put these buildings up for sale, and they're going to be sold off to office users who are going to utilize existing buildings, and the residential opportunity is going to go away. So that's a business decision that the city needs to make. And if that's what you choose to do, well, then so be it. That's your position. With respect to looking for other locations, I am all open for ideas. So to the extent that city council has any other sites available, we would welcome that with open arms. And we have developed all of this product within the city that, again, has been very well received, and there's plenty of demand out there in the marketplace for it. And so if you have other ideas of sites, that sort of thing, please let us know. We'd love to learn about it. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Councilmember Garcia.
So I appreciate partners who came and presented some more information that kind of filled in some gaps in the knowledge that I had. I mean, I think it's a really cool concept, and I think the city in general does a great job in trying to not only attract, but really welcome business into the area. And I think, we're, from what I've heard from staff and folks tonight, I think we are continuing on that trend. My concern is relating to housing. As maybe you've heard tonight, we've talked extensively about housing. We've talked in the past about housing and how there's a big need for it. And we owe it to our residents to put that front and center and as a priority. And this area that we're referencing with this item being an area that's been identified for housing, I wouldn't be able to support this concept as it sits. And that's why I was kind of headed in the direction of maybe there's another area in the city where this would be more appropriate, where housing really maybe might not work as well. So that's my take.
All right, Councilmember Barber.
Yes, so I'm inclined to agree with my colleague who just spoke. I think it's a great concept. I think it's great for businesses, and I love the idea of having the car storage and then having the businesses up above with flex space. But I just think timing is just not there. Arena numbers right now are really important, and I think we're looking at basic needs, just basic needs of a lot of the constituents in Monterey, in the city. And even though water is not there right now, but with the arena numbers, the key is not necessarily of it being there now, but what's the potential look like? And so I think we can't discount this without saying what the potential could look like with housing and being able to address some of the needs of the basic needs of the community. And I think that becomes just a first precedent right now because of our housing issue and the arena numbers that are at hand.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah, I'll go.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I appreciate the staff's presentation with this and bringing the option to us. Here's the way I see this in my perspective. Short term, long term, we all know the dilemma with water. The property owner, this private sector property owner, has looked at this, I'm sure spent hours and hours, and he's analyzing it, and he's advised that it's not practical to build housing there because he does not foresee water. I would think that if he saw that water was coming within 2 years, he would hold this, and then he would not be in front of us tonight, and he would be saying he's going to be doing a residential multi-dwelling property because he knows there's water. So water is not coming in 2 years or 3 years, maybe 5 or 6 years, but it's just not looking like it's practical for this property owner to hold this property. So that means if the property gets sold and it gets converted to low number of offices, then we're not going to get any housing. So there is no upside for saying no to the industrial use, because then you still don't result in housing in the short term or the long term. And we need space for industrial uses. This community does not have that many spaces for fabricators, welders, mechanics, new emerging industries that don't need a tremendous amount of space, but they certainly need locations, and they don't necessarily need to be in a downtown corridor. So it's a perfect model that makes sense, and it's a lower cost for some businesses to be able to get into that type of a development. The other perspective I have is that the city of Monterey owns the 134 acres that is currently zoned industrial that we got through the FORA process. That has plenty of problems, but that's industrial zoned, and we've been looking at, and as a matter of fact, we included that in our arena housing allocation. So it's almost trade. So that was gonna be industrial. Now it'll likely be multi-dwelling when we get water, and now it's not considered industrial. So how do we take care of the business need of having industrial space for a community? Because a community that's healthy is not all just residential, not all apartments, not all condos, but it has to have a mix. And I think this community needs a mix of light industrial. And that is a good location for it because it's not too far out of town. It's close to the airport and there's plenty of opportunities there. So I look at this as almost a favorable for the city. It's in District 2, my district. I think it's a better use than having to wait 5 years, 6 years, or 8 years for the unlikely hope that a developer is going to have water to do housing. And we have enough buffer in the arena because we allocated about 5,000. Arena numbers are 3654 for the next 8 years. And there is a buffer built in. So if we deducted, I don't remember the numbers, 64 units, 75 units off of a projected Garden Road development, we're not losing anything. What we're seeing is a project that gets built that's the perfect size and location, answers the need of industrial zoning with job opportunities, and enhances the potential revenue to the city through business licenses and sales tax. So I'm more in favor at this time for that site to listen to the ask by the investors and developers and entertain the motion to allow this to be industrial use and not wait for residential use.
Councilman Berhava?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the position of the property owner and the developer, and I'm sympathetic towards what they want to do. I'm trying to weigh that against other considerations, and the housing need and our housing element, I think, are a major priority. I'm also, trying to kind of reconcile in my mind an industrial use in the neighborhood of what we're foreseeing as a pretty significant residential community in the future. And I'm just not sure that it's really the most compatible. I think that if it did have sort of street facing community serving businesses as well, because it sounds like you do kind of mix it up, that I would be more inclined. So like if there were going to be restaurants and cafes or a market, something like that on the street front facing side. But then I just come back to, the difficulty of finding enough developable properties for the housing that we need. And I think that's the direction we have to go.
I think that there's a couple of elements that that are kind of bubbling to the top for me in regards to this conversation. And one is the water piece. And I would disagree with the idea that it's going to be more long-term in regards to our ability to be able to acquire some additional water. I feel optimistic that we'll be able to crack that nut soon, whether it's through the allocation of water through the expansion of Pure Water Monterey or something sooner. I don't know what that looks like, but I do feel optimistic. The last report that we had from staff from Monterey One Water was that the expansion was going to be completed construction by the end of the fall of 2025. And I don't know how the property owners feel about potentially holding on for that. I know that's a lot of hoping that things work out. But it does seem to be a sense from a majority of the council that doing this project outright is not an option. I'd hope that we can leave the door open and maybe not look at doing a make sure I get this correct, as it stated in the staff report. Was a moratorium, an urgency ordinance. That maybe we hold off on that and look at to see if we can get back to the drawing board and see if there could be some kind of compromise, as I think some alternatives that I heard say, or if we can look at trying to help find another location. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the second point that I want to get to, which is planning. This isn't about looking at the immediacy of right now. And I understand the concern around, you know, potentially leaving this for a, for this to go into a use for, you know, an office space, for commercial use. But I think that there's the whole purpose around the housing element is to plan for kind of more of the long term. And if we're making decisions based off of what's in front of us right now at the expense of our plans, I think we're cutting our feet off here a little bit. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at the big picture, and we try to find a way of, I mean, look, I actually find it hard for this council to move forward and say, shouting for the last several years about how critical it is for us to figure out how to develop more affordable housing. We do this zone overlay for Garden Road, and it's in our housing element as an up and coming great opportunity area for housing construction. And then we say, well, let's get rid of that for a site. I just find it to be going against, I think, the direction that we're going in. And as much as I agree with my colleagues that this is a great project, I hope that we can, the city can find some way of collaborating with the team to try to find an alternative site or plan, so we can try to find a way of making this all work. It's a tough position, because I think it sounds like it's a really good project and we want it to happen in the city of Monterey. It's just trying to make it work in the right way that's consistent with I think our planning efforts. So I don't think we need to take direction tonight. I think I don't know if consensus is appropriate, or I just look to staff to kind of get clarity.
I'm not 100% clear on the direction at this point.
So maybe we should make a motion.
Maybe there should be a motion, and maybe I can just reiterate that there's already zoning in place, and regardless of the direction, it's not going to do away with the underlying zoning. So you could still open commercial businesses there. This is more focused on, are we going to prohibit the storage?
Well, Chrissy, could I ask you this? If we want to leave the opportunity open for the team to be able to provide some kind of alternative project that maybe has commercial or industrial use in it, but also has some kind of affordable or housing component, by passing the urgency ordinance, doesn't that prevent us from being able to move forward with kind of finding some level of compromise there?
No, I mean, so this is a much broader, not application specific. So you're not considering a project tonight. They could, apply for this project and it would go through the regular process. And we're alerting the council that is likely to happen unless if other steps are taken saying, no, we don't want to have car storage in this area. That doesn't mean you can't have other commercial uses there. It's just this particular use, which is already prohibited in the area for storage facilities, just not vehicle storage. It would make it more specific. And Kim, did I state that correctly or wrong? I feel like there's a little confusion here on what. Sure.
So what we've been looking at is the developer could file an application today for the vehicle storage use. We would process it with the required environmental review. That's going to take about 3 to 4 months to process. Plus they have to prepare plans. We probably can't get through those approvals prior to the housing element being adopted. And the housing element includes a program to eliminate this use. And so as I sat down with the development team, that's an incredible amount of risk to take on. You can spend basically, and Ralph and Ernie could tell me in more detail, almost probably in pre-development costs, $20,000 on plans with civil engineering, probably another 30 with environmental. We're talking, and I think I'm light on this, 50,000 on pre-development costs, probably closer to 100,000, 100?
Yeah.
Okay, $100,000 on pre-development costs that the city then could very much be poised in the in the right around the spring to adopt an ordinance to prohibit these uses in that district. And so in full disclosure, as we've been talking about this with the developers, I said, this is a real risk factor, because if we get down to the housing element, we're probably going to take this site off of, this type of use being pursued.
But if I could clarify something, I think my assumption is that they're not going to want to move forward after what they've heard in regards to the direction that the council is taking tonight. So by moving forward with an urgency ordinance to fill in the gap in between now and when we update the zoning or the plan, that would prevent any kind of compromise. That I'm just trying to distill what I'm hearing from the council.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to necessarily cut that off if there's opportunity for the city to be in conversation with what that looks like. Could they move forward with that? Absolutely.
So
But
I think we put that as a policy alternative, but we were really just looking for general feedback tonight. I don't know whether you have enough, but I think it provides at least, we're hearing 4 council members express concerns.
Yes.
Yeah. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Is it appropriate for us to maybe open up public comment real quick, and then we can come back to the council in a second? I just see.
Are we opening the public comment
Ernie
again?
Yes, I see Ernie wants to maybe jump
Okay.
up for
Okay.
a second.
Yep.
Ernest Lostrom again. I just wanted to say that we appreciate everybody being honest and stand up about, here's what we're planning on doing. And when we see this train coming down the tracks at us and we're going, would we spend the money if we thought it was a possibility that you're going to change the underlying zoning to prohibit that use? No, we would not take that risk. I can tell you now, we would not take that risk. Because, and it's hard to do a multi-use project because we just don't have enough water, because residential uses more water than the industrial or office uses do. So with the threat of that hanging over our head, we would not spend the money to process the plans. We would honor what you say here tonight and avoid it.
And so if I could just ask a quick follow-up, there doesn't seem to be space for kind of going back to the drawing board and looking at opportunities where they might exist with the city.
We'll
in regards
always,
to this site.
we'll always talk with Kim and then the city to find other opportunities.
Okay.
If there's other opportunities, we'll find them.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do we have anybody online?
Kevin Dayton again. I hate to see this go. You know what? Right now, it sounds like the Borelli developers do not want to proceed with housing at the site because of the water issue. My feeling is here that if somehow a proposal is made for the car condos or the car storage with the housing, you'd probably like it. So maybe the thing to do would be to say to staff, see if you can work out some way to have this be a mixed development with some housing in it and try to deal with the water issue. Of course, the water is always here, but it sounds like they're going to give this up at the rate things are going, and maybe it's not quite time yet to do it. So think about saying, is there any way we can put some housing here and move both things forward?
Thank you. Anybody online?
Mr. Borelli has raised his hand.
Okay.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Borelli.
Yes, Mayor and council members, the bottom line is that you want housing, but you don't have water. Okay, and we're not willing to wait. Okay, so based upon the direction of council, we're going to take the office buildings, we're going to clean them up, and we're going to sell them off to other owner users who want to have a cheap alternative for office space. And that's going to take this residential opportunity off the table. And that's what I think the city council needs to recognize. you're trying to have it both ways. You're trying to mandate housing, but you don't have water. And you can't ram that down our throat. Okay, and that's the business decision that Ernie and I are making. And it's as simple as that. We would love to do housing. I'm involved with over 7,000 residential units in Alameda County, Santa Clara County, Monterey County, and Santa Cruz County. I'm all about housing. I'm all over it like a cheap suit. Okay, but you have to have water. So if we can figure out how to make that happen, love to work with you. But that's not what we're hearing tonight. So that's my input. Thank you.
Let's finish. Are we done with public comment here? Perfect. All right, we'll close public comment and bring it to Hans.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, we don't want to discuss the merit of a project here that they are proposing. That's not the topic. The topic was, do you want to allow that use in that housing overlay zone, yes or no? And I feel we have enough direction given by the council, by 4 council members telling us, no, not really. We don't want to go into that use. You heard the developer talking that then that project for their side that they envision is not part of it. We should not engage now in a project specific negotiation whether we should do mixed use there or something else. So I think for us as staff, and also knowing Mr. Lostrom and Mr. Borelli for quite some time, it's clear for the developers that they will not invest $100,000. Mr. Borelli just said they will resell that building. And if I may elaborate on this one more sentence, not to be controversial or controversial with Mr. Borelli, but it doesn't take the buildings out of housing. The next person can purchase the office buildings, and maybe then after limited use water is available. So it's not really taking this into office space in eternity.
Okay, Councilmember Smith, I know you had a comment to make. I appreciate your patience.
Yeah, this is an exercise of an example of how city government, gets us in a position because we're dancing around this need. And I think both the gentlemen on this property tonight said it very clearly. We want water so we can get housing, but we also want jobs. I'm assuming that other council members would like to see jobs and economic vitality in a community. But we're boxing in this property owner by saying, yeah, you have both zoning that's available, but we're about ready to change it. And we're dictating to the private sector where we expect that they're going to spend their money and on what project that they should spend their money on to serve our purposes on a projection of a hypothetically supercharged number that I personally think is unrealistic in the next 8 years. And there is a buffer in excess of 1,400 off of the projections for the housing element of 5,000. And we're talking about taking the industrial use of our property at Fort Ord off the table for industrial use and converting it to housing. So it just seems to me that this is an example that local government is making a mistake, getting involved in what we don't know enough of. And we ought to listen to the people that own the property that are telling us what they can do because we don't have water. So I think my council peers are chasing the need of just the arena and housing. And it can't all be just housing, as you represent the whole community. And you're losing out on opportunities and chasing people away that give this community the economic vitality that it needs to provide jobs to the people that live in the housing that you hope to have. So to me, this is just idiocy. To state to owners of property that they ought to go away makes no sense to me.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I just want to say 2 points. One, I hear that there's openness for the team to continue having a conversation with the city. Is Fort Ord an opportunity to maybe look at a site there? I don't know what that looks like in comparison to how much we zoned for Fort Ord. So I want to make sure we keep the opportunities open. If you can tell by the way that I'm responding, I don't want to shut the door. I think all my colleagues have shared how great of a project this looks. It's just the location and the planning, which is what we're charged to do. And when it gets to the buffer, there's a purpose for the buffer, because the idea is that what we've zoned for isn't all going to be accomplished. So the state's requiring us to do that to ensure that we can do the best that we can in ensuring that we fulfill our RENA requirement. Is it all about the RENA requirement? Absolutely not. But is housing critically important? It absolutely is. Hans, what I understood you saying was that you're good with what you've heard tonight. You don't need any further direction. Okay, perfect. All right, with that, we'll close this item. Appreciate the applicant for working with the city and appreciate your patience as we negotiated this. And I'm glad that we've had this conversation before further investment was made. So absolutely. All right, with that, we will move to item number 24, consider a public appearance item. Consider establishing a temporary moratorium pursuant to Government Code Section 65858, suspending the Mills Act property tax reduction incentive program for historic zone properties. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have a very brief presentation for you. What we are basically proposing is to take a breather in the Mills Act and take a look at are we doing it the right way? Have certain things changed over the past decades or so? And Kim has put together a very brief presentation that basically doesn't say we will not do Mills Act anymore. This is not the decision point yet, but it will allow us to basically take a step back, reconvene, and come back to council with, should you approve for this moratorium, come back to council with a maybe with the same program, or maybe with a slightly different program, or with a different recommendation of discontinuing that. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kim.
Thank you very much. As the city manager introduced, we're asking the council to adopt a temporary moratorium on Mills Act contracts with the city. I just have a few slides here, but just for general background, Mills Act property reduction tax incentive programs is a voluntary program that cities can adopt. It's not required. Not all cities have them. I actually worked on this program and creating it in 1999, and the city adopted it as an incentive for historic preservation. And we currently have 60 contracts. And the concern at the time was that almost all of our buildings that were historically zoned were adobes, and our council at the time was interested in expanding that inventory. So it provides a financial benefit to property owners. The scenario that I'm going to share with you is where we're seeing most Mills Act contracts. It's usually upon property purchase. And as you know, the typical property tax is 1% of a purchase price. I think we looked at a property today that they purchased for about $1 million. The state law creates an alternative method to assess Mills Act properties, and it's based, instead of looking at the purchase price, they estimate the rental value of the facility or the house or the commercial business, and they subtract all sorts of deductions. I've read that code like 3 times, and it's abundantly clear to me I'm not an assessor. But the bottom line at the end of the day, we're seeing that most Mills Act contracts recognize a 40 to 60% savings in taxes. The result is that decreases revenue to Monterey County and the city. Of that tax, only about 20% comes through to the city of Monterey. So you can see how that number trickles down. Some recent observations, I'd say that there's been a recent increase in Mills Act requests. One of the things I've noticed is that some of the property owners are purchasing them for investment purposes. They might rehabilitate them quickly, and then they quickly resell them. And what's happening in that scenario is the value of the tax saving is being monetized in the real estate transaction. So you can capture that, and then it's good for to future property owners. So you can see where you may pay more for a property if it has a reduced tax rate. And so I think at the staff level, we think we need to take a time out and just look at some of these trends. The good news is contracts, they have to be filed by the end of this year to be good for next year. So it's usually we don't receive new contracts till probably July, August is when we start seeing several applications. But we'd like to take some time and provide an analysis to our city manager and finance team and take a pause and see what's happening. So that's our recommendation, is a temporary suspension of the program. So the city can amend or eliminate the program. Just so you know, I think the first time we have to come back is in December. We're not going to have all our analysis done by December, but we will get some of the work done and then into the next year.
Perfect. Yeah, so we have till December to then come back and renew the moratorium for another 10 months and 2 weeks, if I recall correctly. So that gives us the December time. We will not come back and have something for Millsack. We will just say, hey, please renew the moratorium. And then after 10 months, 2 weeks, we need to have everything in place. Otherwise, we cannot keep the moratorium alive anymore. The other part is tonight you approved 581 Larkin. So that is excluded, of course, from the moratorium, as well as another application that is in front of us, 875 Spencer Street. So the moratorium will not affect those that are going through the process right now.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Bring it to the council for questions.
A question, going through the process as we have a moratorium and you reanalyze the program, how will the Historic Preservation Commission be involved?
Well, it would ultimately require an amendment to our ordinance if we were to eliminate Mills Act contracts. There's a series of policies that may need to be changed, and they would be making a recommendation to the city council, which, you could make your own decision on.
Yeah, so they would be involved in seeing a draft first or contributing with something?
That's my perspective, yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions from the council? Councilmember Halfa?
Yeah, we got an email from the Wave Street studio, and the claim there is that they had already gotten an approved Mills Act, but somehow it hasn't been filed or something like that. How would they fit into this? Would they also be under the current situation, or would they be caught in the moratorium, I guess?
If I can, or Chrissy, but just somebody has paperwork received doesn't mean that they went through the Mills Act project. And I think the claim is that he received paperwork in 2008, 2009, something like that.
The project received city council approval in 2008 for a Mills Act contract. We followed up with paperwork. The file indicates in 2009, the applicant did not want to go through with the Mills Act. I'm aware of 2 of these actually in town. There's this one, and then in 2019, I believe he sent a follow-up inquiry. We said, if you're still interested, let us know. And we had there's a whole series of issues regarding 774 Wave right now. And he followed up at the end of last week, and I mentioned to him the moratorium, and he requested that we file the paperwork now. The concern is we're talking between 2008, all the deadlines in the contract now have not been met. And so we would need to go back to the Historic Preservation Commission with a new maintenance plan and amend the city council and HPC approvals. And I believe that maybe I'll just let our city attorney respond about how the urgency ordinance would affect.
Right. So other than the 2 properties that have been exempted from this moratorium ordinance, any applications that are in the queue that haven't been processed, they would be prohibited from further processing. So this particular property would not have a Mills Act contract, and would have to reapply under the new policy if there is one. We have yet to see what the result of the study will be.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So the thing that distinguishes them is that the two that are exempted have already submitted their paperwork and they're in the.
They've already had they've already had either first or second readings. I forget, the one is having a second reading next meeting. And so we didn't think that would be fair to cut them off since they've already had the first reading. In contrast, the other approval was 2008, and those conditions are very stale, and the applicant has since rescinded and decided not to pursue that. And so you can't sit on your approvals, just like you can't get a building permit and then not build for 2 years and then expect that permit to stay alive. So if you sit on your rights, then you might potentially lose them. And so that's, I'm not saying that's permanent. It's just, as of right now, that particular property would not have a Mills Act contract either way, with this moratorium or without it, because it would require subsequent processing. So it's not as simple as like, oh, we're just going to sign something and record it.
Well, and on this, it's not like we're completely eliminating it moving forward. It's just the temporary moratorium while we figure out a plan forward.
Right.
So. Okay. Okay. Dr. Barber, did you have anything? Any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, we will take it out to the public. So if you are in the chamber, ask you to line up at the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. And if you're online, use the raise hand function, and I'll do a countdown for a cutoff for those that are online to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, how many do we have online? We have 1 online. We have 1 in the chamber. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
All right, Kevin Dayton, speaking as a private citizen, Monterey resident. First, having 60 structures under the Mills Act, that's really good. Right now, actually, I am working to try to get the Mills Act program restored in the city of Salinas. They did a 5-year pilot program. They got 2 residential buildings and 1 commercial building where the Alvarado on Main is, and nobody else wanted to do it. So it's a different climate there, and they're trying to get people to do it. But it brings up, what is the purpose of the Mills Act in the first place? And it's supposedly because historic restoration and preservation is good for the community overall. And I hear criticism that, oh, somebody buys a house, they restore it, and then they sell it for and they get a benefit off of it, and we're losing tax revenue. But I sort of look at that and say, well, if they're restoring the building, if fulfilling their criteria, isn't that sort of what you wanted in the first place? If this is going to be an issue about tax revenue, which is a valid issue, then maybe you shouldn't do it anymore. But if the idea is going to be, we want this city of Monterey to be this community character of historic buildings everywhere, and we want those beat up buildings, and Tyler, in our neighborhood, there's still a lot of old historic buildings that need serious work. Hey, I figure if they want to go and use the Mills Act to repair them, it's good for, we should take the tax revenue loss because it offsets in other ways for benefits of the community. So I'm a little confused about why you would want to put a moratorium on this, because you don't like the way that some people are restoring historic buildings. That's my thinking about it.
Okay, and we'll go to the online.
Mr. Sovereign, you can go ahead, please.
This is John Sovereign, resident of Monterey. And I just like to echo what was just said. And I guess I'd like to hear a little more information about how many new contracts are being processed by the staff. If there's 60 total in the city, and my recollection is you might be seeing a couple of these a month. This means some people are falling off the contract. I don't know, it seems like that there is this value to promoting historic preservation, and I don't see why a moratorium has to be established in order to do this study. when it seems like the amount of, contracts that are being processed is fairly low. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. Councilmember Hopper.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concern about, basically tax revenue, but I think I agree with Mr. Dayton and Mr. Sovereign, like the general purpose of the program, which is to preserve our historical buildings, is a worthwhile one. And so I could see looking at the program to make sure, are our criteria, should they be tweaked? Are there other expectations that we might want to require for applicants? But I think, and I'm just kind of did it off the cuff, projection, but if we lose 20% of the revenue, property tax revenue, let's just say that's a couple $1,000s per property. There's 60 properties. It's $120,000. It's not a lot of money to be preserving 60 buildings and making sure that they're historically, preserved and around for the future. So that's at least the way I'm leaning now, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues what you're thinking.
We were asked a question, if I may answer to that as well, just briefly. The pause that we are proposing is based on considering what kind of preservation mechanisms are already in place for homeowners to ensure that their property is being maintained in the right way. The Mills Act idea was based on the existing property owners that were existing Montereyans that had probably difficulties in maintaining their property historically, to give them a break. It was never meant for a $2 million property purchase that I would say none of our normal people in Monterey making a normal living are able to afford, to give them a tax break. So what we need to figure out is in the city, first of all, what kind of protection measures are already in place. You cannot remove something. You cannot remove a staircase in Old Town without a historic survey. So how are we protecting those properties right now? The other part also that I think is important to know is how many types of buildings do we want to keep give tax breaks to? So we want to preserve buildings. Do we want to preserve every building? How many single walls in Monterey do we want to put under Mills Act or not? Again, I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying it is maybe worthwhile to consider that. Last argument that I want to also for council to consider is, it's not just about Monterey taxes, it's for Monterey County taxes that get reduced, and Monterey Peninsula Unified School District taxes as well. So all our Mills Act has an effect on the tax base for MPUSD as well as for the Monterey County. So these are all questions where I think we want to take just a pause and take a good look at that. And again, there is a benefit in preserving buildings, and that is totally understood. Now, how do we support that? That's the question.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I think a pause is appropriate for a short period of time, because if someone is interested in processing and going through the Mills Act, it just means that when we restart, we may have a short backlog, but there'll be a process. Not hearing the city staff make any recommendations that they're trying to necessarily depart, but I think there's a space for a reasonable redefinition of how many we approve citywide. Maybe there is a fee that we have to collect on a transfer if the property is sold and transferred. As an example, maybe we don't want to have the Mills Act necessarily just so easily transferred to the new buyer without some stipulation that we get involved in that. So I just think that there's an opportunity to look at new legislation, tighten up our process and procedures and make sure that we're doing it correctly. And also reestablish whether or not we want to go by the same criteria that we've been following. As I've seen the application through the Mills Act, there's been a few that I always look at. Well, what's the reason that makes this historical? What's the significant piece? And we've seen the differences with a historical person that was born there or lived there, or John Steinbeck stepped on the porch and had a beer, whatever the criteria may be. I think it's worthy for us to really learn more about that as an opportunity. And if it's a 10-month pause, I'm supporting staff's relook at that. And I think those that are waiting that would have applied after our moratorium, it doesn't mean that you've lost all opportunity. It just means you're gonna wait a few months and then establish an application process and then be in the queue and go through the process.
Councilmember Barber.
So I hear what my colleague, council member Smith is saying. I like his idea about, the possibility of not transferring the Mills Act to, whoever the new buyer is for the property. But I had a few questions of like, how many applications are actually in now that would be impacted? And then the other question is, as part of your review, if this moratorium is actually permitted, would you be looking at the reviewing the qualifications for the Mills Act?
So everyone who is in the process, in the active process right now, will be continued to process. So no one will get stopped right now. And as I said, that is 581 Larkin and 875 Spencer. So those two, 581 Larkin, you just approved earlier, and the 875 Spencer Street is coming. So that's all what we have for this remainder of the year. So that's all that is being affected. And then again, your question is what qualifications are there? That's exactly where we have to find out how are we looking at that? What kind of
That's why you're going to be looking at addressing that, right? Doing the moratorium.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so as far as applications, when I'm talking about applications in process, not just in process, but applications you have like on your desk, so on wherever these applications land, we just have the two that you just named that we've already voted on, and is that the only application?
875 has not been voted on, but 581 Larkin has been voted on, and 875 will come to you soon. So this.
Okay, so those are the only two.
That's why they're excluded from the moratorium, because we don't want to hurt those folks that are going through the process right now.
Okay.
I think Chrissy wants to.
Brief correction, I think they both have had at least a first reading.
Yeah.
So there's not one still coming.
Okay.
I think you mentioned an address that was
I
still
thought it was
coming.
875. Was 875?
Second
Yeah,
reading.
our second reading for 875.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Dr. Barber? You're good.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia?
I'm going to go ahead and support the moratorium. City staff has identified an area that potentially needs a little cleaning up. So I think it's a good idea to just take a pause and figure out how to make it work better. I'm not familiar with how the tax revenue mechanism works, but I wonder if there's opportunity here, instead of getting a tax break, maybe funneling those funds into other preservation throughout the city of other structures. Just an idea.
Yeah, I support I can support the moratorium. I think what I'm hearing is if there's space to figure out how we address those that might be using it to flip a property and make use it as an investment opportunity. And so I don't know what that looks like. I'm not sure if we could pull back the historic designation after the Mills Act has already been approved. I think that's part of the process, but I don't know if that's something that staff has looked at all. But I think it seems clear where the direction is that staff is trying to look at this, and I can support it. So with that, I will go ahead and move approval of staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, any last comments?
Yeah, I just want to explain why I'm not going to support the motion. I'm open to reviewing the ordinance, but I don't understand why we have to have a moratorium to do that. It's not like we have that many applications. So it just kind of creates problems, and there's ambiguities of people, other folks. And I'm still I'm not fully understanding. I guess I'm like Mr. Dayton. I'm not fully understanding if we want to preserve properties, if somebody's figured out how to monetize that. I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. They're preserving properties. But anyway, I'm not going to be able to support the motion, but I am open to looking at the ordinance and figuring out how we can make it better.
Any last comments by any of the colleagues?
Yeah, and I see where you're going. And no, I don't want to say that I want to penalize anybody, because it does improve the historical significance of a community. So I respect that. And I like the fact that we get properties that are rescued from obscurity and improved. And so there's an incentive there. They should be rewarded. But I think a pause gives us the continuity to be consistent so that we don't get an applicant who applies with today's rules and goes forward in 4 or 5 months from now. And then we're on the cusp of possibly having a new set of criteria. So as we get closer and closer to that end period, I hate to have 2 sets of rules for the same application. So I think it's just cleaner to pause it so we don't have the confusion. And then we start it back up when it's the right time, when we know what the new policy may be. And it doesn't sound like we have that many applications that are in the queue that go that fast anyway. So.
Well, I would just add to your comment in that, we talk about all the things that the city is doing right now. And so when we're talking about workload, I imagine that some of the time that's used for staff to process and review and work through the process of these Mills Act applications, that could be used towards following through on the process of trying to get the information that's going to be needed for us to look at a long-term policy decision. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
No.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Next, we'll go on to item number 25, discuss annual performance evaluation process for city manager and city attorney. And it says to hand to Hans, though I'm assuming I'm taking it from here. If I'm correct. Oh, we have Brett here. Hi, Brett. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Hi. If it's okay, I'll go ahead and introduce this item. In August, on August 15th, when council was discussing governance matters, it was decided that we would move forward with an outside third party to conduct or help facilitate performance evaluations for the city manager and the city attorney. And so we've moved forward with that. The mayor and Mayor Pro Tem have selected an outside attorney. She's on the line, Shalene Bennett, with LCW. She's a managing partner with LCW. We've had one meeting, and just to kind of introduce people and set the groundwork for tonight's discussion, which I will punt to you, Mayor, in terms of how council would like to proceed. That's what I have. Any questions?
That's me. That you were punching point in time. Sorry. All right. So why don't we just hold tight for 1 second? Gino just stepped away and I want to make sure that as I give my preamble here that Gino is present. Stretch. I know it's late, so I appreciate everybody hanging tight with us here. And maybe in the meantime, if we can work on maybe pulling Shalene over from, I'm not sure if she's, oh, she is. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
good to go.
she's a panelist
Perfect.
and-
Okay, I'm just trying to find things to fill the void. Slow clap, slow clap. No, just kidding. Okay, so as Brett had indicated, Councilmember Hoffa and I met with Shalene and Brett last week to have an initial discussion. But really the intent of today's conversation is to have a discussion with the council and the public through this open session in regards to the process and how we're going to move forward with this. And one of my hopes is that we can look at something that could be established for the long term, so that hopefully this is something that is not just used this time, but one of the experiences that I've shared since I've been on the council is that every year as a council member, there was a different process. And not to say that it can't change and and grow, but I think that it was really inconsistent. And in fact, I remember one year we didn't even conduct a performance evaluation. So I just want to make sure that we develop consistency because Chrissy and Hans, as the city manager and city attorney, they don't have one boss, they have 5. And so it's all the more important that we're providing them that feedback. And it's, areas of improvement, but it's also areas where they're doing great. And it's appropriate for us to provide that feedback. So at this point, I think we're just looking at creating the process. And since I am already going here, I'll just kind of share some of my initial thoughts and some of the things that came out of the discussion that we had last week. So the hope is that we can look at doing a 360, and if that's something that we look at doing just as a one-time thing, or maybe on some kind of regular frequency, maybe not every year. I think that's something that would be helpful for our discussion tonight as we have this conversation. And so what does that look like? In addition to us giving feedback on the council, how can we reach out to other stakeholders, including, and this isn't a demand list, but it's just examples of opportunities or stakeholders that could be included. So looking at residents in the community, the business community, city staff, city executives. So how can we look at different stakeholders that play a role within our relationships within the city to help try to elicit feedback as we move forward in trying to give our final evaluation. And then after we collect this information, my thought is that the council come together and we present our final collective performance evaluation plan to the city manager and the city attorney. And then from there, that's also going to include maybe some expectations in regards to what the performance looks like over the next year. So that's some initial thoughts. And then I'll just kind of add this final point, which is, how do we appropriately get feedback from other stakeholders so that it's helpful and useful as opposed to being overburdensome. And so there was a conversation around potentially having a survey, but that could cause employees to omit important feedback because they didn't feel like they're responding to the specific questions that are included in there. And it might make employees feel that they're obligated to say something, even if they have nothing to say towards a specific question. causing unnecessary work for everyone involved. And then in regards to public input, because this is part of this process is being held in a public setting, we could have a session where it is in an open session. We provide that opportunity for public to have input, but then it would require us to have a subsequent meeting in order to go into closed session to have that discussion as a council. So just my initial thoughts, and I'll kind of pause there and check in with my colleagues to see how you all feel, if you have any questions or concerns at this time. Councilmember Smith.
You're referring a couple times to a meeting last week.
So as Brett indicated, Councilmember Hoffa, as the vice mayor, and I met with the consultant that was selected that we're going to use to help us manage the process.
Okay, so what criteria are you selecting that person?
The consultant?
Yeah, I assume we're going to pay them.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's a selection that Mr. Hoffa and you are set on, that you think that that's the person.
That's correct. Though if the council wants to take a different direction, we could absolutely do that, but we just wanted to be able to have an initial conversation to be able to get things going. So if we want to change tack, that's fine. But how we got there was staff had provided two contracts that the city already has with consulting firms.
Right.
Councilmember Hoff and I evaluated those and made a selection between the two, what our preference was.
Okay, so I want to unpack what I heard you say. I heard you say that you thought that an evaluation of the city manager would be in a public setting and not in a closed session.
Nope. So I'll clarify again. So the idea is to do, from my perspective, is to do a 360. And so in order to receive feedback from the public, we would have to go into an open session in order to do that part. Like if we're getting feedback from the public, we'd have to go into an open session. So while we're in an open session, that would allow the public to provide feedback and input to the council. Somehow we would collect that information and then use that to go into a closed session where we're actually having that conversation with the city manager and the city attorney around their performance.
Okay, so when you say 360, a traditional 360 is that you would select the stakeholders and you would identify some system. So you would be then wanting city staff that he supervises and the community to contribute with an evaluation of our employee.
It's not an evaluation, it's just soliciting feedback so that we have more, we're armed with more information in order to make our decision. So, right, we're each going around having conversations with people in the community. And I think it would be helpful if there was some kind of more systemized approach in regards to how we're eliciting feedback as it goes towards having the discussion around performance evaluation.
Okay, I'm a little confused as to how that would work, but what would this contractor that you've selected do?
So as you know, in at least since I've been on the council, in the years that we have done performance evaluations, the city HR director has been involved in the process. And to me, that's always, and I've talked about this when we first started having this conversation, it's always rubbed me the wrong way for a employee that reports to the city manager to be involved in the city manager's performance evaluation process. And so that's the goal of having the consultant, is to fill that role to help us consolidate the information and help guide us along as we're going through that process.
Okay, I get that we would remove the HR from the process and we would be doing our individual ratings, comments, the process that we have, and then we would be funneling that to the contractor, and the contractor would assemble that, rank, score, summaries, and come back to us, and then we would see that and work directly with that contractor. I'm having a hard time understanding how we would go out to the public and seek out comments about city manager, city attorney from the public and factor that into what we would have that contractor do. Is the contractor involved in that?
I imagine that the consultant would be involved in every stage of the process, whether how much engaged are they? I think just depends on the step in the process that we're in. So if I imagine that if we're in a public setting and we're receiving public input in regards to what folks' feedback are in regards to our city manager and city attorney's performance, that the consultant would be helping to collect that information to help distill what the trends are, what they're hearing in regards to just kind of overall feedback. What are those kind of outlier statements? Maybe what's more the trends that we need to be focusing on. So that's kind of every step in the process. I imagine that they'll be involved to help consolidate information, help distill it down for us so that we can have a nice little summary as we go into final discussions.
Okay, so what's that going to cost? What are we going to pay this contractor?
I will pass it to Brett. I mean, I could pull up the contract, but I'm not sure if Brett has it readily available.
I don't, but I can pull it up. I'll look for it really quick.
Maybe we can get back to you on that.
Okay, and so I'm very uncomfortable in changing this whole concept of.
We haven't had a concept, but okay.
Well, you've talked about a concept and you've talked about steps and you've talked about consulting.
I think part of what I was communicating was that every year that I've been on the council, we've done the performance evaluation process different, and it wasn't intentional. It was an afterthought. And I think it's a little bit of a slap in the face, to be honest, in regards to how the council has previously handled the performance evaluation process for the city manager and city attorney. Again, 1 year, we didn't even conduct it. We didn't even give them feedback. So it's been a little bit of shooting from the hip from my perspective. So for me, this is creating a foundation for us so that we have something to use moving forward, so that we can have consistent process for both the city manager and the city attorney.
What seems like what you're after, though, is you want it your way and you want it consistently your way. And as councils change, previous councils have chosen to either not do it or do it with the consensus of the council that was serving at the time. So councils every 2 years change. So every 2 years, there is always a likelihood that that council will choose to do an evaluation for the only 2 people that work for us in the way that council chooses to do it. So I don't think you're not establishing any process that's going to live beyond 2 years because the council changes.
Sure, I completely understand that. I think part of my point is that we haven't had a really clearly defined process, and it wasn't like we were intentional about going through that in the past. There was literally a moment where we decided, oh, well, we kept pushing it back, so we won't give the feedback. It was like
that happened.
Everything else, excuse me?
That happened 1 year.
That's my point. And that was different from the other 3 years that was on the council. So my final response with this is, I don't want to make this about me. I have my input that I want to provide, but that's why we're discussing it. And I want to get input from the entire council.
Well, that's true, but
let me just finish. So if you have input in regards to how we do this process, whether it's going to be long enduring into the future or not, you're absolutely right. A future council could completely change this. But right now we're looking at how do we get this going for this year's performance evaluation process.
I understand that.
So if you have feedback, feedback that you want to provide towards that,
I'm trying to give you the feedback, but you've got to stop talking so I can continue.
All right.
I understand what you're trying to do. You want a changed process. We have nothing written in front of us. We have a presentation by you of a conversation that you and Alan had with the current HR, with an outside consultant. And it's very unclear with what the process is that you're seeking. We currently have a policy. We currently have a process. We currently have questions. We currently have a timeline. We do have a process. So is it fair to say that you don't like the process we have now? You don't like the written material? You don't like the timeline? I know you don't like the HR handling it, and I actually agree. we should remove the HR from the process. But I need to know what it is that you're trying to change. Because what's broken?
So I just,
Other than the city human resources being not involved, what in the system is broken that you want to fix?
okay, so I've already iterated it, but I'm open to feedback. I don't want to necessarily be the one that dictates how we do this. I want to open it up to the rest of the council.
Go. Yeah,
So,
I'm ready.
so
I'm ready.
that's what the conversation's about. I see Brett's hand up, so why don't I pass it to Brett to jump in real quick, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Barber.
Hi, I just wanted to answer the question in terms of the rate. So for the attorney's rate, it is $415 per hour. And an associate that would be assisting for, different parts, I don't know the amount of hours, that rate would be $285 an hour.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barber.
Yeah, so this is new for me as far as dealing with what the process is or what it isn't or how it's been in the past. What I'm used to coming from the business world and the academia, everybody always has an evaluation every year. And there's a consistency and there's a policy, there's a process, and everybody's aware of it. So the education of knowing this is the policy, this is what will happen, this is the time of year it will happen, this is the process. So I'm used to that. And to me, I think it makes sense because you take out conflict of interest, all of that is like thought of. That's why I agree with having the HR director out of it is definitely a conflict of interest. In my opinion, should have never been in it. So if that's the case, I'm already seeing some pieces that kind of aren't lining up evaluation wise from just my history of evaluation. So I feel like maybe, and this doesn't mean it's a change, it means a clarification, maybe a change, I don't know, but I just think I need to get more clarification of what does it look like, how will that be? And then being able to articulate that so that that employee is aware, just like any other employee when we get evaluated, they're aware of what it's going to be consisting of and who's giving it and what timeline it's going to be in. And then they have their own time where they can, put their we call it the self-evaluation, right? That's what we usually get, the self-evaluation, so that you can be able to talk about your accolades or different other things. But then after that, we just actually started the 360 where we have the supervisor and then we have the peers. So that's something we can or cannot do. It's up to how we want to move forward. But I just feel like at this point, I want to move forward and saying, okay, how do we move from here? But I think it does need to be something that is, whether it changes in 2 years or not, I don't care. I think right now, while we are here, I feel like it needs to be an evaluation that has sustainability of this is what it looks like and that it's clear of what it's going to be, what the timeline is, who's involved. And then that way it's not something that, is it going to be doing this time? Is it going to be doing that time? What is it going to consist of? Being able to have a clear idea and a clear process is very important for any evaluation. And that's for anybody to get better. I think a lot of times, one of the things that we talk about that as a supervisor, even with HR, when we do our trainings, is that a lot of times people get nervous when they think it's evaluation. And evaluation is positive and it's critical, constructive criticism, but it's also a positive thing of the things that are being done correctly. And it's just like anything else or anybody else in an employment situation. How can I get better if I don't know what I'm doing wrong or if I'm doing something wrong? And one of the things we also always look at is that that's a time to be able to give the accolades of the things that you are doing right, so you continue to do them. But no one's perfect. So everybody always has room for improvement. That's how we are trained. And so because of that, the only way you're going to know that is through an evaluation. And so I think it just needs to be a process to it so that it's clear and not something that we have no knowledge of. So that's my take on it.
Councilmember Hoff.
Yeah, so I've had similar experience in terms of just regular evaluations, evaluated by my students, evaluated by my peers, and self-evaluation for the purposes of self-improvement. What I see is that we need and could benefit from the consultant working with us to review the tools. So the self-evaluation tool, the council evaluation tool. And then I think also working with us and working with the city attorney and the city manager to kind of identify in terms of the 360, how do we want to do that? I mean, I want to make sure that's beneficial to them as well as informative to us. There are things that I just don't know because I'm not working in the city on a day-to-day basis. I mean, there was one year, I think the forum talked about like, how evaluations are done for other staff. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just not involved in that process. And so I think that's where the 360 part could be helpful. Again, I would look to the consultant to work with the city attorney and the city manager, and then meet with us to talk about, well, how does that happen? What are the questions? Who are the people that would be providing that feedback? As far as the public, I think I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of just kind of having a public, I just think that could be, you could end up with a lot of folks who just have a lot of grievances. And I'm just not sure it really would be all that helpful. If there were a way to do it where there would be select members, again, of the public, maybe neighborhood presidents, maybe folks from certain business stakeholders, and you could do it in a way that wouldn't be kind of a circus, that could be helpful. But I also feel like that's more our responsibility. Again, I can't go and talk to staff all over the city. Oh, how's this going? How's that going? That would be improper for me to do, but it is kind of our role to talk with members of the community. So I do feel like that part of it is more on us. And I do feel like, especially all five of us together, have a good sense of that. So I do feel like the 360 aspect should focus on direct reports, as well as some select number of other staff members. And I would look to Shalene to kind of help us figure out, in consultation with Chrissy and Hans, to figure out who are those people, what is the tool, how is that feedback solicited. Then she would meet with us in closed session once she's gotten that feedback, and she would work with us in terms of just kind of processing the feedback in terms of the self-evaluations, our evaluations, and that other kind of staff feedback. So that's my thought on how it would work.
Councilmember Garcia. So I also draw my experience from what I do professionally, and in the various positions that I've held over the years, I can say that the positions where I've had a positive experience, those organizations have had some kind of performance evaluation in place. I think it's necessary. I mean, I was surprised to hear that there was a year that a performance evaluation didn't happen, especially in the type of roles that we're looking at. I think it's really important to at least once a year do some kind of performance evaluation. I would even go as far as saying maybe even twice a year, just because the environment of the topics that the city works with throughout the year can really change, I think, the dynamics. But anyways, that might be getting into the weeds. I really like the idea of a 360 evaluation. I've participated in a couple of those recently, and I think it's really helpful for both parties. So the person being evaluated by someone that they have worked with closely in the past, knowing that the response is anonymous, I think can provide the employer, or in this case, counsel, with some valuable information that wouldn't necessarily be disclosed in any other conversation or forum. Again, I circle back to the point that being in these kinds of roles where you're working with various individuals or bodies in the community, I think it's important that we also get that feedback. I mean, part of the role in how I interpret it, part of the role of the city manager is to have good, at least cordial interactions with the community, even if there are disagreements, right? Or yeah, there's got to be some kind of welcoming of comments, suggestions, feedback from the community. And if there isn't, I think that's something that's important for council to know about. So a couple of reasons why I think 360 is important and should be included. I agree with Councilmember Hoffa that in the various points that the consultant could be really helpful, especially designing those tools of evaluation, because just like you mentioned, I don't work with the city on a regular or constantly to really know what I should be looking for. So I think that's where the consultant would add value. I think that's it.
So I appreciate your remarks, Councilmember Hoffa, because I think it helped lay it out a little bit cleaner. I recall from when we were having the conversation last week that Brett had shared the forms and the documents that we've been using in the past to the consultant so she can look at those, but she also has her own tools. So my hope is that we could find some kind of balance in there in regards to what's working, what can we remove. I know that one of the things that we removed from the performance tool that the council does is scoring. And I think that could be helpful so that I could better clarify the areas that are strong and the areas that maybe need more focus. So I think that's one thing that would be helpful to bring back into that. But I think just an overall relook at the tool that we're using would be helpful. I would disagree in regards to the idea of not including feedback from the public. I understand what you're saying in regards to people expressing their grievances, but I think that's for us to be grown-ups and working with a consultant to help distill, again, those outliers, right? If somebody's just complaining about their project that they're not getting done, I think we can distinguish between that and trend lines that we see from a broader perspective that we hear from across the community. So I think that's helpful for it to be a focused effort in regards to what that looks like. So I'll pass it. Well, before I jump back to you, Councilor Smith, part of the contract is it does identify the requirement for the council in collaboration with the city manager and the city attorney separately in their contracts to be part of the process and coming up with the performance process. So I would like to turn it to Hans and Chrissy for any thoughts or feedback that they might have in regards to the process, so that it can be more of a collaborative experience as opposed to something that's just being directed from the council. And obviously, this is just an awkward, uncomfortable thing, but that's the work that's the space that we're in. So I want to make sure that we provide the space for you to provide input.
Mayor, before we go there, I want to cover a couple points.
Okay, why don't hold that, and why don't we allow them? We've all had it.
No, I want to cover a couple points before the staff.
Councilmember Smith, I'm asking you kindly to reserve your comments until we've allowed the city manager and the city attorney to share their thoughts. Look, so
let me respond to what you just said.
Councilmember Smith, no, point of order. I'm passing it to the city manager and the city attorney. I appreciate that
You don't
passionate.
You don't want to listen to the
Councilmember Smith,
question.
I'm gonna call for a break if you don't respect the fact that I'm asking
Fine,
you to
call
hold
for a
up.
break. I don't care.
All right, let's take.
I think it's important that you hear this.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Get everybody's patience. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and I will ask for a 15-minute extension. I'll move a 15-minute extension to the meeting.
I'll make that motion, 15-minute extension.
So you want to, okay, motion and seconded. You go to.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to drop off because I have to literally get up at 3 in the morning. I still have to pack.
Yeah, understood.
So I apologize, but I stayed as long as I could, knowing that I haven't even packed yet. So by the time I get to sleep, I'll get 2 hours of sleep.
Okay. All righty.
Go ahead. If you guys want to do 15, let's go ahead and do 15, but
Well,
I can't stay any longer than that. I've got to be able to get myself out of here and not be and not miss my plane. So I'll go ahead and say yes for right now, but 15 after I will have to bow out and say goodnight to everyone.
Okay, I appreciate your willingness to stay on a little bit longer, Dr. Barber. I understand your situation. Do we need to go out to public for? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
And Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Okay, so I just wanted to pick up where we left off and just check in with the city manager and city attorney in regards to kind of maybe initial thoughts that you have in regards to where we're at right now.
I have no thoughts about evaluation process. I'm being evaluated for 40 years and plus in my career, and my superiors will find a way to evaluate me, and looking forward to that process.
Okay.
Ditto.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm gathering is that you all are comfortable with whatever it is that we come up with. Is that kind of the sense? Cool. I just want to make sure, because contractually, this is one of the things that we chatted about with the attorney, and I just want to make sure that we're working in collaboration in regards to what that looks like. I mean, whatever feedback that you have is helpful towards making sure that we come up with the right process.
I think it would be not a bad idea if we talk to the consultant as well. And last but not least, my contract requires an annual performance. If you want to switch it to every 6 months, that is a contract change. So you might want to consider that then as well. So just wanted to share that.
Okay. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I am sure the consultant will be able to filter this out, but it is a little bit different for the attorney position than the manager position as far as public neighborhood association president feedback. I mean, I suppose it's all important, but the city is my client, not the public. Anyway, it's just a different relationship.
Awesome. Okay. Okay. So we'll bring it back. Thank you for the feedback. We'll bring it back to the council for further discussion.
Because it's late, I want to go quick. I'm not so sure I'm comfortable with doing it twice a year. I think annually for city attorney, city manager. That's been my experience. We also, all of us serve on outside boards where we do evaluations, the executive directors and the attorneys annually. So I'm kind of used to this with the other boards as well. Been doing this for, quite a while, since 2014. And I know I remembered seeing, I think from the city attorney, there was one evaluation where there were comments from kind of the 360 process, where there were comments from individuals that are worked with the city attorney. And I imagine that if we asked the consultant to hone in on a process where we could include comments from those that they interface with, the stakeholders I think we were all talking about, that we want to hear from. I think there's room there to make sure that the consultant can help us get that. And I feel like we should have the actual form that we use as part of this agenda packet that would be helpful for those that are new on the council to be able to see. So if we could ask the city clerk to send that to all of us, so that the new members of the city council can make sure we see what form we use now currently. And that's my only comments right now.
I think Brett can send that to us. I think she has a copy that she could share. All on that point, I would just ask if the council wanted to spend time fine tuning, and I don't know who this question goes to, if it's Brett or Shalene. But if the council wanted to fine tune the elements associated with the performance plan or the performance evaluation, is that something that we have to do in open session, or is that something that we could discuss further in closed session?
I would probably defer to Christie. You're asking about the content of the actual evaluation?
Yeah, the evaluation that we're using as a council to do the assessment.
The consultant might have an opinion on this one way or the other, but generally speaking, the closed session is for the actual evaluation and feedback, and process is more open session. So I'm not sure if you're talking about approving forms or something like that. That'd probably be an open session.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor, good evening. It's Shalene Bennett. Apologies on not having a camera on. I turn into a pumpkin at 8:30. I agree with your city attorney on the process being an open session.
Okay, thank you, Shalene. Councilmember Hoffa.
So the other thing I would want to add, and I think this is maybe more appropriate for the city manager, although if I'm wrong, Chrissy, say, don't let me know, but I think it's important that part of the criteria that we're looking at is the strategic plan and council objectives. Those are things we've told the city manager that we want him to work on and make a priority. So I think it's makes sense for him in his self-evaluation and for us in ours to look at those. And I also think once a year is the right number. It's a timely process. Like, as you can just see, this is a timely process. It takes a lot of time. It is important, but I think the other part of that is the strategic planning process itself. So I could see, we should be doing that once a year, just reviewing them. And we actually have been doing a pretty good job of that. And then two, the evaluation process is for us and the city manager to kind of look at how we're doing on that.
Okay, so I'm going to try to distill what I've heard so far. Shalene, Brett, feel free to jump in if at all helpful. So one element is that we're going to share the current performance evaluation with the entire council so that we can take a look at that. Meanwhile, Brett has already shared that with Shalene, and Shalene has her tools that I understand, so we can look at how to combine, update, and refresh, if you will, our performance evaluation. So once I think we get that clarified, I think there's this other element of what stakeholders we get feedback from. And it seems like there's interest in wanting to continue the process I think we've had of getting feedback from direct reports, the city executives, and then to what extent we get feedback from the rest of city staff and other stakeholders seems to be somewhat debated right now. So I guess for me, I think it would be helpful to further clarify in regards to who we want to include in the process.
Are you asking us right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, I think it would be helpful if Shalene could meet with Hans and Chrissy and then, bring back a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. I think the next step is to let the city attorney, city manager meet with the consultant and take what we have and see what she might suggest that we modify.
All right, that sounds good to me. Shalene, do you have any other thoughts before I see there's a couple of hands up.
Councilmember Barber, did you want to go first, please?
Thank you. So yeah, mine is just really quick. I was just going to confer that the conversation between the three of them, I think, should happen first. I am, I think that being able to see who are the stakeholders in the room will kind of depend on how the actual document is structured. If we end up saying, yeah, it's going to be a 360, if we say that, no, it's not, or is it just going to be, immediate stakeholders, or is it going to be, more of a more massive type of stakeholders? I think that will be drilled down in the document itself. And I will be glad to actually look at whatever the current one is, just being curious. But I think that that'll come out more during that time period. But I think it's real important that direct reports are in there, and that not only the direct reports, but some key stakeholders of the city.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. And then we'll pass it back to Shalene there.
Thank you, Mayor. And may I suggest that based on what I've heard, that you allow me to, I've taken down notes of the items that I've heard from council and from the city manager and city attorney. Allow me to check in further with the city manager and city attorney just to make sure that I'm getting any and all feedback from them. And then come back to your council with my suggestions on recommended process and forms for your consideration.
Sounds perfect. Thank you so much for Shalene for summarizing that. With that, let's go to the public. There's nobody in the chamber, so we'll ask those that are online to use the raise hand function on Zoom. And we'll do a countdown to close that off for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we don't have any hands up. All right. So any last minute comments, questions from the council? All right. With that, we will go to council comments. Pass. Dr. Barber? I think you're going to pass. All right. With that, city manager reports.
Just one, because it makes you happy. We are really getting $2.4 million grant from MBAC for the housing project behind City Hall. Yeah.
I think that was like the largest in the MBAG allocation. So
yeah,
it's a win.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's a nice way to end the meeting. All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.